No, but I.
All right, you're unmuted.
All right, it's 9 o'clock. We'll bring the meeting to order for the Board of Commissioners for the April 21st, 2025 meeting. Call to order, roll call, please.
Janat,
Here.
Markey,
Here.
Nye. Here. Roloff is excused. Sauer,
Here.
Craig. Here. Worsakki is excused.
Okay, if you would stand, please. And Commissioner Sauer, you do the invocation. Gracious God, as we come before you today to discuss important matters, we ask for your guidance and wisdom. Help us to focus on our community and be thankful for all our blessings. Name I pray. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, appreciate you being here today. You had the agenda in advance of the meeting. Is there any questions, comments, additions, deletions? Hearing none, I'd look for a motion to approve.
Trig motions to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Christie. Markey will support. Markey supports. Again, questions, comments? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. So I understand that April is tribute month. Is that right, Katie?
April and May.
Can you explain to us what that means?
So nationally, there are different days and weeks that signify importance of different sectors of local government. And in April, there are three departments or services within county government that we recognize and say thank you and give appreciation. And so in April, there's Telecommunications Week, which is Central Dispatch 911. Animal Control Appreciation Week, as well as the month of April is County Government Month. And so in April, we celebrate those sectors of local government. And then in May, we will celebrate some of the other services that county government provides.
Very good. And I think it's timely too. It's timely that we're getting these recognitions out.
Mhm.
So I've asked other commissioners to participate with me. The first one for Central Dispatch, Commissioner Markey, if you would, Corey, would you come up and represent your group, please? Thank you. Commissioner Markey?
All right, so 911 is a nationally recognized as a number to call an emergency to receive immediate help from fire, police, emergency medical services, or the appropriate emergency response entities. And in Benzie County, it is no different. In an emergency, the Benzie County community depends on 911. 911 was designated by Congress as a national emergency call number under the Wireless Communications and Public Safety Act of 1999 and the Enhanced 911 Act of 2004. Established Enhanced 911 as a high national priority as part of our nation's home and security and public safety. Each day, Benzie County Central dispatchers join more than 500,000 public safety dispatchers to answer desperate calls for help, responding with services that save the lives and property of American citizens in need of assistance. These dedicated men and women are more than anonymous voices on the telephone line. They're our neighbors who are trained to swiftly coordinate response to emergency calls. They also support for public safety officials of all levels who use telecommunications for everything from drug interdiction to protecting homes and property. We rely on their knowledge and professionalism as they make critical decisions, obtain information, and quickly dispatch needed aid. Benzie County Central dispatchers serve our citizens daily in countless ways. The work of these unseen first responders is invaluable in emergency situations, and each of these dedicated men and women deserve our heartfelt appreciation. Americans place their trust in these individuals, not just this week, but every day of the year. The week of April 3rd, 2025 is a time for a grateful community to show its appreciation and to recognize that our health, safety, and well-being are often dependent on the commitment and steadfast devotion of our Benzie County Central dispatchers. On behalf of Benzie County Board of Commissioners, I do hereby give this tribute to Benzie County Central Dispatch in celebration of Telecommunications Week, April 13th through 19th, 2025. And I call upon all government officials, parents, teachers, school administrators, school administrations, caregivers, business leaders, nonprofit organizations, and the people of Benzie County to observe this week and thank their local dispatchers for their service to our community. I do know personally that I rely on dispatch almost daily, being a first responder. So I do thank them very much.
And Tim, you play a role with their committee too, is that right?
I am the chair of the Central Dispatch Advisory Board.
Very good. All right, thank you very much. Morning, would you like to make any comments?
I mean, I don't think there's really anything I could add to that. That was very well put, and thank you for recognizing us. I guess the only thing I would add is a lot of times dispatch is the forgotten voice. And so thank you for that recognition.
You bet. Thanks for everything you do. Hopefully, we're recognizing you more frequently, but we want to do it formally today.
Thank you.
All right.
I mean, they did win the Halloween Gordoween contest, so they were recognized.
There you go. For the animal dispatch or animal control, I've asked Commissioner Nye to read that tribute. Is there anybody from animal control here?
Jim White and Megan Bacher here from Animal Control.
Would you mind coming up so that we can recognize you guys? Morning, thanks for
Morning.
being here. Commissioner Nye?
It would be my pleasure. Each year, the National Animal Care and Control Association celebrates Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week during the second full week of April. During this same week, various federal, state, and local government officials throughout the country take this time to recognize, thank, and commend all animal control officers and their staff for the dedicated service they provide to the citizens, public safety, and domestic animals and livestock across the nation. Every day, our Benzie County Animal Control Officer and kennel staff put themselves in potentially dangerous situations to protect the health and welfare of all kinds of animals and the public. Animal control provides the essential functions of enforcing state laws pertaining to animal care, along with county animal regulations, and protecting the public from diseases such as rabies, and educating the public on the proper care of our community's pets. Benzie County recognizes and commends the animal control staff who answer calls for assistance, capturing roaming and potentially dangerous animals, rescue animals, investigate reports of animal abuse, educate pet owners about responsible care, and mediate disputes between neighbors regarding pets. On behalf of the Benzie County Board of Commissioners, I do hereby give this tribute to Benzie County Animal Control in celebration of Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week, April 13th through 19th, 2025. And I call upon all government officials, parents, teachers, school administrators, caregivers, business leaders, nonprofit organizations, and the people of Benzie County to observe this week and thank their local animal control officer and kennel staff for their service to our community.
Very good. Just a comment. One of the functions you provide are really all done behind the scenes. A lot of people aren't even aware that we might have animal control, yet we have a portion of our community that's extremely passionate about it. And the millage, each time that it gets renewed by a pretty wide margin. So it tells you that even though it's something that's occurring behind the scenes, people see a real value to that. So we appreciate it. Would either one of you like to share your thoughts? And can you identify yourself, please?
My name is Megan Back. I'm the shelter attendant.
Okay.
Yeah, we thank you guys greatly for recognizing us. It's not an easy job. I'll tell you that right now. There's a lot of different aspects that I didn't even think about before I started the job 3 years ago. That just make it pretty difficult, but it's also a very rewarding job at the same time. I will have challenging days there, but then I can also go home and know that what I do matters, whether it's for the community, but mostly for the animals there, especially. And so that's just really important to me. And definitely very appreciative of the community as well. A lot of donations that we receive, a lot of community just coming in to show their support, volunteering, that kind of thing. It's really awesome to see, and it's very much appreciated on our end. So thank you again.
So it takes a lot of people to make it happen, doesn't it?
It takes a village. It's a lot. Yes, definitely.
There, you have any comments you'd like to make?
No, just glad to be here. I'm out of law enforcement, went into private security at the college here in Traverse City, and I seen this opening, retired canine handler, so I thought, sure, I'll go capture dogs, you know, so it's nice being able to save the animals and get them in shelters and try and find them home. It's very sad though to see the condition of some animals, how they're being brought up, negligence of what you see on the public's behavior towards the animal.
There, well, we certainly appreciate what you guys do. Hopefully we show it more frequently than just once a year, but thanks.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Katie, I'm gonna go ahead and read for the county.
Okay.
And then I'll ask you for a couple comments, okay? The nation's 3,069 counties serving more than 330 million Americans provide essential services to create healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. Counties fulfill a vast range of responsibilities and deliver services that touch nearly every aspect of our residents' lives. Benzie County and all counties take pride in our responsibility to protect and enhance the health, well-being, and safety of our residents in efficient and cost-effective ways. Benzie County expresses great gratitude to its county leadership and staff for taking on the responsibility of protecting and enhancing the health, well-being, and safety of its residents. Under the leadership of the board chair and support of the National Association of Counties, Benzie County is highlighting county leadership and staff through the lens building strong communities and celebrating the role of county government in connecting, inspiring, and leading as intergovernmental partners. This role includes the responsibility to inspire county residents to engage with their counties and to lead by highlighting our strengths as intergovernmental partners. I, on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim April 1st, 2025 as National County Government Month and encourage all county officials, employees, schools, and residents to participate in county government and celebration activities. So for all county employees, we thank you very much. I don't want to lose this opportunity either for those in the room and maybe joining us remotely, that this includes the county commissioners. When you run for public office, you put yourself in a spotlight that not everybody wants to be in. You make decisions that aren't always popular for 100% of the people you're representing, yet they move forward, and you don't, this isn't an activity that's taking place just at these meetings. In fact, what's really important is what happens between meetings. So I want to thank my fellow commissioners for the efforts that you put in. You get a number of calls from me, from Katie, and we appreciate your diligence. Katie, anything you'd like to add?
I just want to say thank you on behalf of all the staff of Benzie County. Over the last 4 years that I've been here, I've seen a tremendous improvement in the communication style and the relationship between staff and the commissioners. I've seen a huge improvement in the organizational culture, and that, you know, stems from the Board of Commissioners and the support that they give my office to really embrace, you know, potlucks and little events and special treats and those sorts of things. You know, a lot can be said when you spend more time with the folks in this building than you do with the folks at home a lot of days. And so it's really important that we have an organization where people feel welcome, they enjoy to be, and they can have a little fun here and there. So I really want to say thank you for supporting our office and really seeing that vision through.
Great. Thank you very much. If there's nothing else to be said, unless one of the commissioners would like to add something, we'll move on to the agenda for approval of the minutes of February 25th.
Trigg moves to approve the minutes in the last meeting of 2/25/25.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any support?
Howard will support.
All right. Questions, corrections? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? All right, we'll let those minutes stand. We're at our first public comment. Would anybody like to make a comment?
Van Duzen, Benzonia, been submitting a few FOIA requests, regarding litigation that's been filed against the county. And recently I received some attorney invoices that most likely you've never seen yourself. The first is regarding the McCall litigation that you settled in February. And I just started going through these. One thing I will note, when he came, Hayter Chasm, to meet with you in closed session regarding that settlement after you had never met him for an entire year while that was pending. He came and traveled here, met with you for probably a half hour in closed session and then traveled back, charged you a grand total of $572 for that. That was on 2/11/25. On that same day, because I sent emails protesting his advice to you, which was to make a decision to accept his advice, that vague reference to what you just deliberated about in closed session did not suffice per the OMA. On that same day, he billed on 2/11, $990 for rectifying what he caused that situation to investigate, do legal research, exchange emails with Ms. Seitz and talk to the chairman over the phone. So for the advice he gave you, which was wrong, $572, I sent you all an email in the midst of that going on, giving you all the law relevant to that issue, asking you to reenact that. And you did so at the next meeting. But that is just ludicrous that he's charging you almost a grand to fix his screw up. And I really think that these invoices, as they come in every month, with the new litigation, the Henry litigation, you guys should be receiving those, because if you look at those attorney invoices that I just got, I just found out about this, but your attorney has been billing your insurance company, which comes out of your retention fund, since September of 2022 with regards to that situation, because there was some notice of claims filed with the Court of Claims. And since then, there were, even before the lawsuit was filed, there was multiple attempts by the plaintiff's attorney to come to some pre-suit resolution with you with regards to that case. I'm not sure if any of you even know that. That attorney, Gregory Grant, same law firm, Cummins, McClory, Davis, and Acho, has never met with you since he's been assigned to investigate that in August of 2022. And then they filed suit a month or so ago. You've never met with them, and they're filing stuff right now in the federal courts on your behalf that you have no idea about. So I think a good start is a look at your invoices so you can know how these cases are progressing. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Any other public input? Hearing none, we will move to elected officials and department head updates.
Oh, Dan's beating you,
Dan?
Megan.
Good morning. Dan Thorell, I'm the health officer for the Benzie-Leelanau District Health Department. And I just wanted to briefly talk about some things that have been in the news regarding federal funding cuts and whatnot. There's been a lot going on since January. And, basically what kind of effects that may have on the health department. First of all, just to give you a sense of what we have in federal funding, it's about 21% of the health department's revenue. Every year, it's about $1.6 million, and affects a multitude of programs from WIC to Healthy Futures to immunizations, infectious disease prevention, non-community water supply, things of that nature. we recently found out last week that there are some federal cuts coming to the health department for a couple specific programs. You know, as you likely know, you know, over the course of the past, you know, 4 or 5 years since the COVID pandemic, there was an influx of federal funding to help out health departments respond. And, you know, that some of those have weaned over the years, but there was a few lingering sources of funding from the federal government that we were still receiving, and specifically had to do with COVID immunizations, like giving immunizations throughout the year, mainly in the fall season, kind of combined with our flu immunization clinics. We really ramp up in the fall and go out and do community events and clinics and whatnot. The COVID IMSS funding that we received this past year is $69,640, and we spent about $48,000 of that. So if that is retracted, you know, basically there's about $21,000 that would be taken back by the federal government. And then we also have infection prevention, which we received $200,000, but we really only budgeted about $108,000 because we didn't see any other ways to use that money. You know, we want to use money responsibly, be fiscally responsible. So we only budgeted 108 of that. Up to this point, we've spent about 45,000. So that could be, you know, 63,000 going back to the federal government. It's important to say that, like, as of right now, I don't know, you know, these are things that we're hearing piecemeal from the state. We had a meeting scheduled yesterday that was canceled. So we don't know exactly 100%, you know, what those numbers are going to be, if the state is going to find other sources of funding to supplement perhaps some of this. It's important also to note that infection prevention was not just COVID, even though it was kind of from that original COVID funding pot. It had to do with preventing all, you know, whatever diseases you may be dealing with or preparing to deal with. It could be tuberculosis, could be measles, could be, you know, any number of infectious diseases. So that is pretty much all I know right now. I'm going to know more probably in the next few weeks. We're actually going to Lansing next week. Next week is our public health week in Lansing, where we do advocacy, and we'll be talking to legislators and, you know, having meetings and whatnot. So we're going to, you know, getting a lot more information, having a lot more discussions. So I will be back here at the April 22nd meeting to present our annual report. So I can, you know, likely I'll have more information for you at that time. But that's what we're looking for. So combined total, we'd be looking at possibly an $84,000 take back from the federal government. So what we're doing internally right now is just trying to prepare for that, looking at our, you know, sources of income, where we can move staff to different programs and whatnot. We do have a big, you know, and one thing I just want to assure you, we do have some public health infrastructure funding that is not part of this round of budget cuts as far as from the federal government. And that's good because we're in the middle of a pretty extensive renovation. So that is something that we're really keeping a really close eye on, because that would be pretty devastating if we had to, you know, have issues with that. But as of right now, we're in good shape there. So
You want to finish that project as quickly as you can.
exactly. And where that's at, it was delayed at the beginning because of contract negotiations, but we're looking at first week of June. So it's, you know, it's well underway, about halfway done. So we're hoping to really get that done. And one of my asks to our state partners is that perhaps we get the bulk of that funding now, you know, instead of waiting, because typically what they would do is give a 1/12, you know, monthly installment of that funding, right? Which would end September 30th. So my ask to them is like, hey, we have this project, we have contracts in place, we know how much it is. You know, we're going to draw down the rest of that funding, that infrastructure funding that all health departments got in Michigan, and we would like to receive that, you know, sooner than later. So I'm going to see what, you know, how that shakes out, if they're willing to do that or if they're able to do that. So
Questions from the commissioners? Well, Dan, I appreciate you being here today, only because it's been making front page news. We thought it was important that the public and the commissioners were up to date. For those that you aren't aware, we have two commissioners that represent Benzie County on the Benzie Leelanau Health Board. I'd invite either one of you to make a comment if you like.
No, why I ask him.
Smart move.
Yeah, so, yeah, I think, like Dan says, next week there should be a little more information out there. Everything's kind of up in the air. Just wish people would not panic. They'll really know what's going on and what's gonna happen. Till they pull the checks. You know, a lot of it's just hype. I think too much hype. Public needs to realize the calming group that's running the show and things will be good. Appreciate having.
Sure.
Thanks,
So
Gary.
Dan, to date, no, there have not been any funding cuts.
To date, there have not. Now, these ones that just came down that we just learned about last week, right now they have a March 24th date assigned to them, but nothing has been finalized. Our instructions from the state is to basically, you know, business as usual, and we're going to figure things out this week. And I'm hoping that the meeting that got canceled yesterday is supposed to be rescheduled for today. So,
Well, that's
That's-
reassuring, right? They're gonna figure things out.
oh yeah, I'm sure. Right. Yeah, it's all going to be
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
sunshine and rainbows and unicorns, you know. But no, I appreciate your comments, Gary, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. We're not, you know, we don't want to panic, but we want to be thoughtful and just kind of look at things and see, okay, if this does happen, you know, what do we do? How do we react? But knowing that things could change, and that's kind of been the, you know, what's been going on.
And Dan, to put it in perspective, you said approximately $69,000 could be at risk,
No, approximately 84,000.
84.
Yeah,
And
between
what's
two
your
different
total
grants.
budget?
Our total budget is about 7 million. So it's a small piece of our total budget. But, you know, every piece of funding is important to us, and so I don't want to discount that, but I think, you know, we would just have to make some shifts and, you know, try to figure out how best to cover that deficit. So,
Good.
Cause their funding is like ours. You have all these separate villages you can't touch, can't take from one and put it somewhere
Mhm.
else. And most of these silos, especially in the health department, are specific to certain things. So sounds wonderful, but it doesn't always work out.
right. Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's actually one of the things when we go to Lansing next week, we want to talk to our legislators about making our funding a little bit more flexible, because it's very difficult and takes a tremendous amount of time and effort to, you know, figure out what you're spending in one area, you know, move staff around if we're spending too much in one area, but not enough in another area. And we're basically dealing with the same staff, a lot of the same staff in a lot of ways, but all the money has to be obviously accounted for and tracked. And it is a huge part of what our finance team does on a daily basis, is, you know, trying to make sure it all balances out. So. Yeah.
I appreciate your being here, telling us about this, working to be in front of the problem, and I appreciate that. So thank you for your planning and,
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. All right.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? And thanks for being here this morning.
Yeah, no problem.
Don't feel compelled to have to sit through the whole meeting, okay?
Oh, no, I won't. Don't worry.
Very good. Other department heads?
Morning. Quick little Maples update. I'm gonna try to be presenting every month, so, but I missed March. So I'm gonna be,
You're good.
I was gonna come and then somebody told me, so I'm gonna talk about February and March, but quick.
For the record, state your name,
Oh,
please.
sorry, Megan Garza,
Thank you, Megan.
administrator at the Maples. So for February, we had a census of 99.91%. We were 2 days shy from 100% full. We had 5 admissions. All 5 came from the hospital. All 5 were Benzie County residents. We had 45 referrals to come to the Maples. Current number of employees in February was 141. For March, current number of employees is 147. We had a census of 99.92. We were short 2 days again. We're really trying to hit that 100%. We had 3 admissions. We had 63 referrals to come to the Maples.
63.
63. I'm trying to trim it down so I can, I'm going to keep growing on this report, but so I can tell you how many are from Benzie County and how many are from outside counties. But the majority of our referrals are Benzie County or those outskirts, Bear Lake, Onekama, Interlock. But yeah, 63. Questions?
With having like 63 referrals, how do you determine who gets picked?
Well, it's a bit of a game. And because we're trying, it's basically who's ready when we have a discharge. To keep a census of 99, we're discharging in the morning and admitting in the afternoon. So from the hospital, it's just working with case managers. We do give precedence to Benzie County residents. So I work closely with all the case managers at Munson, so they know if there's a lot of Benzie referrals, not even to look at us for out of county referrals. It's tricky right now. Manistee County is going through they're adding on. They're also dropping from 120 beds to like 68, but they are taking no admissions right now. So those folks that live in the Bear Lake area are looking at Traverse, Cadillac, or Ludington. And so we're getting a lot of those referrals, but that's been going on for about 6 months maybe. But the majority of our referrals are Benzie County.
Other questions?
I do. So maybe I misunderstood in past reports, but my understanding was that based on Medicaid funding, you weren't allowed to give preferential treatment to particular, or you couldn't give particular preference to Benzie residents.
I mean, I don't say that I guess it's hard to go around that. We're looking at providing to Benzie County because we receive that millage money and that's what we're here for. So when I have 5 referrals, you say yes to who you say yes to. And so if it's a Benzie County person and they're ready on the day that we need to take an admission, then we take them.
Good.
I mean, there's a multitude of reasons why I could turn down a referral, contracting with insurances, a multitude of things.
Quite frankly, I'm pleased that although you stay compliant, that we're able to service taxpayers that are funding this.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it looks like our addition of 2 additional beds, it looks like that'll go live May 15th. So we'll be able to service 80 individuals instead of the licensing for 78. And our census numbers were so high for such a long time that we could have added 20 beds. They would have allowed us to add 20, the space for 20, but so we just added the 2, which is costing nothing to the community because we already have the beds. So
Any other questions or comments from Megan? Megan, we appreciate you being here today.
thank you.
I like the direction that the agency's headed,
Thank you.
and keeping us informed is more than helpful.
Thank you.
All right. What I'd like to do is I'd like to pause the elected officials and department head updates and move into our 9:30 presentation. Someone here from Central Wellness?
Good morning.
Shouldn't have sat on the other side. That was quite the walk. Good morning. My name is Brenna Diltz. I am the Chief Operating Officer at Central Wellness Network. I took over just last month for Karen Goodman, a Manistee County Commissioner, following her retirement. I'm not new to the community nor to Central Wellness. I've been at Central Wellness over 11 years. I have a master's of social work, so I started doing clinical work and crisis, outpatient therapy, case management, and then spent a lot of my time doing quality assurance. During my time in quality assurance, I also got a master's of business administration, and I really look forward to using that combination of my work experience and my education to really build and maintain relationships in the community, but also ensure that Centra is providing the highest quality of services to our community. What you have here in your packet is a 2-page summary, essentially, from our previous fiscal year. Our fiscal year, if you're unaware, goes from October 1 to September 30th. So this covers October 2023 through September of last year, 2024. I have just some highlighted areas that I really want to touch on, and then I encourage you to ask any questions for clarification or anything else you're interested about Centra Wellness's work. One of the programs that we're most proud of is our Health Home program. And Health Home, we've had this Health Home program for over 10 years in some form, depending on how grants and funding have come out from Medicaid. And Health Home, despite its name and many people's confusion, is not going into somebody's home. It's actually the coordination of care regarding all of the care that a person might receive. So our RN care coordinator works with primary care doctors, they work with specialty doctors, and they help during the discharge from inpatient hospitalizations. One of the things, well, we look at a lot of different factors to see if this is even effective, right? We always want to know if we're spending money on something, is it doing anything? And we have some really great numbers, not just from this year, but from our previous years as well. During the last fiscal year, individuals that were served in that Health Home capacity, 4 out of 5 of them had fewer visits to the emergency department. Over half of them that were reported hypertension showed better control of their blood pressure, and over half of those people had fewer hospitalizations. So one of the reasons we're so proud, obviously, and why we keep doing it is because it's showing effective, right? It's really making a change in individuals' lives, but also in the management of resources. One of the other things that we're very proud of is our collaboration with the Benzie County Sheriff's Department. This is the first pilot year that we have data to report on, where we have a deputy that is trained both in mental health and in law enforcement. The idea being that individuals in the community, primarily with mental illness, that have interactions with the law, 911 is called by the neighbor, they end up arrested, that individual is trained to really ensure the person receives the treatment or follow-up that they need, right? For many individuals with mental illness, a jail isn't really going to help in that case. So having this deputy on board is a huge benefit to our community for multiple reasons. The numbers that we have, it sounds like we have a new, as of October, way to collect the data. So bear that in mind as I tell you this, but there were 33 specific calls to the department regarding a potential mental health crisis, and 16 of those contacts occurred with the mental health deputy. Sometimes that sounds like a small number. I think those of you know in a rural area that we don't have as many opportunities. We don't have as many instances of crisis that might happen in a larger urban area. So we're very happy with 16 contacts. We're very happy with whatever progress we can make, and that the pilot, this pilot program is effective. This is really working, and it's helpful. Just some other numbers on here, providing over 48,000 hours of service. We provided services to 1,434 individuals within the community. That is both in Manistee and Benzie counties. In addition to the mental health deputy, we also have somebody in the jail, and that person provided 236 contacts in the jail. That could be anything from doing suicide screening assessments, coordinating psychiatric medications, or clearing them for general population, just ensuring that they're safe to be with the general population at the jail. We collect a lot of data as required by many of our payers and regulators. One of the things we're required to do, and it's great that we do, because then we have this to share, is a satisfaction survey that's distributed to every single person that receives services during 1 month of the year. This is selected by our prepaid inpatient health plan. So we just give it to every single person that comes through the door during that month. And of those people, 99% indicated that they were happy with services. We also do that with our SafeNet program, which is a prevention program in our schools. We have a SafeNet staff in all, or at least the majority of schools within Benzie County, Frankfort, and Benzie Central schools. we served 108 children within Benzie County. And 9 out of 10 of those parents indicated satisfaction with services. And 10 out of 10 school staff said that they were satisfied with services. On the second page of what you had in there, these are some required pieces of data that we report on each year. They may or may not be meaningful to you, but I do have a couple highlighted that I'd like to share. We did have quite a significant decrease in numbers of intake assessments completed during the fiscal year. In 2023, we had 621, and in 2024, we had 478. One of the reasons that we see that happening is we provided a significant amount of training to our call center to better triage who was coming in for an intake and who was being provided community resources. Because of the services that we're mandated to provide to our priority population, which are individuals with a serious mental illness, individuals with an intellectual or developmental disability, or children with a severe emotional disturbance. Every person that comes in, it's not always beneficial to assess them right away because of our funding and mandates. Sometimes it makes sense to say, we hear that you're struggling and here are some other providers that might be able to help. So being able to train those individuals has helped better manage our benefit as well. Not necessarily providing those intakes or frankly, wasting somebody's time to come in when they feel like, oh, you put me up for this service and you didn't do anything about it. So we did have that decrease. We also had a decrease in our average Medicaid clients per quarter, not just served, but eligible. So while you'll see that there was less people served of Medicaid eligibility, you'll also notice that we lost about 1,500 Medicaid eligible individuals within our agency. So while that number went down, we actually increased our penetration rate. So that's of note as well. I did already touch base on Health Home, but I like to talk about that again, in which it was 341 individuals served by that program. That was an increase from 2023. And that's a big deal when Medicaid is a lot of people are losing their Medicaid, right? So we had many people receiving that service that then lost that service or that benefit. And so it's great that we're continuing to be able to provide those services despite that. Any questions or need for clarification on any of that or anything else that I can help explain?
Got a couple of minutes left of the presentation. Does anybody else have anything?
Could you explain why folks come off of Medicaid? My understanding is nobody was taking off Medicaid during the COVID situation, and then they fall off because they become ineligible?
Yep. Thanks for asking that, Rhonda. So during 2020, with the public health emergency, the state stopped reassessing or reevaluating individuals on Medicaid. So if you had it at that time or you were eligible during that time, you just stayed on it. A lot of people weren't working at the time, right? So they were on it maybe for those income reasons. But then over the years, they maybe got a job and maybe they don't qualify anymore. And in the past year, during that time, when I said folks were falling off Medicaid, it's because the state started doing redeterminations again. So we saw a significant decrease in who was eligible because a lot of those folks from 2020 were working or were no longer in need of Medicaid insurance. I'll also add that there has been some difficulties on who's eligible. So for example, somebody receives Medicaid because they're disabled and they receive Social Security income due to a disability. And all of a sudden they lose Medicaid when in reality, there's no reason for them to do so, right? All of a sudden they're being said they're a low-income family versus a disability. Most disabilities are not cured like that. So there is a little bit of that as well. But for the most part, that big change where we see those Medicaid eligible clients comes exactly from those redeterminations that occurred during this last fiscal year.
We can take one more question. You wouldn't have to have a percentage of what that was, because I know it took them, what, 2 years before they started. DHHS started evaluation.
They just started doing it. They just will be finishing right now because it started last April. So,
Second left, wonder what kind of repercussions that caused there.
I mean, I can tell you from our numbers, we dropped about 1,500 out of 12,000. So please don't make me do that math, but. But,
I'll leave that up to Art.
okay, thank you. Yeah, by all means.
Jim, you have a quick question?
Yeah, I did. You talked a little bit about the health homes and the effectiveness. Do all of these community, mental health organizations surrounding us do the health homes as well?
I'm sorry, can you repeat all the mental health organizations? What?
Around us? I mean, is this a
Oh.
common thing or is this?
No, yeah, thank you. It's one of the reasons we're so proud of it because it's growing in popularity. It is now a Medicaid benefit. For the first many, many years, it was simply a grant and we were kind of rustling around to try to get the funding for it. There is another growing competitor program. It's not a competitor, but it's a similar program called the CCBHC, the something Community Behavioral Health Clinic, Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic. And you'll notice that coming out in funding. What's happened the last few years is I think it went from 600 million to 900 million this past year for the CCBHCs. And there's there's no effectiveness being shown for that yet. Not that it doesn't occur, but the reason that we're so proud is because this is something that we're doing for less funding and we're showing the effectiveness of it. So no, it's not a common. I think we do have a couple others now in our region just in the last 2 years. The goal was to get them up to 5% enrollment in our region, and we've been over, I think we were at 13% last year, and remain at that percentage. So
We appreciate you being here today and staying within the time limits.
yes, you bet.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll have you back again. Troy? Just so the public knows, we have a closed session at 10 a.m.
Roy Hines with the Benzie County Road Commission. Came here today to kind of give you guys a PowerPoint of the facility, just a kind of a quick walkthrough. Rather than you guys having to come over there, so.
Oh, it'll work. All right, do you want to drive or you want me to drive?
Good to go. Yeah. So the first pictures here on the first slide, I don't know why they're blended together. Should be two different slides.
Oh.
I think. So one. Anyways, those are some of the old pictures from the first barn that was built on that first slide. There's 3 of the guys working and trucks they used to use and sand, and that's the original facility on the next slide there with the 2 truck barns, the barn sliding doors and Benzie County Road Commission on it.
It's the 1930s.
Yep. Well, maybe a little bit later. But
Pretty
yeah,
cool.
around there.
Only 2 of them still working.
So that's the same. That's the
Say, isn't
same.
that Bob in one of those pictures?
That's the same garage that we have today. This is the front of it here. It's been covered up with the sheet metal that's there currently. Those are the old plow trucks that they used to have with the concrete blocks in the back for weight and the underbody. And you can see they're not much bigger than the guys driving them. Bob might be in doing one of those pictures. Those are 2 pictures from the 1950s. The first one on top from 1950. Just the size of the trucks, you guys can tell they're smaller than the full-size pickup trucks that we have today. As well as the picture just below it there, they added a few to the fleet there, but same thing. It's the same barn that we're in today from the 1930s. And that's today's pictures. We have our newer dump trucks, Western Stars, parked in front of the building. You can see that you can't even see the garage doors anymore. Same facility, just put the sheet metal on the outside to cover up the brick, the rotting brick, and hold everything together. It's a picture of, you guys might have to help me on what year that truck is. This truck, 1934. Okay. So 1934 is the red one, and 2024 is the big orange one there. That's the one we use today. I just thought it was a cool side-by-side picture. We had it up for the Trout Festival, the parade there. Put them out front and let people kind of check them out, open the doors, look around them, and pretty fun. That one is still operational as well. That red one, still driving.
Like I say, you guys use it every day, don't you?
No, no, it's more or less for show, but it is drivable. It's a little scary to drive, but yeah. That's just a picture of the front office. We had an addition since then to bring out the front of it, so you had to walk in basically. But that's more or less to show the ice dam that we had on the roof before we put the membrane on top. We had problems with ice dams forming all the way around it. We still kind of do over the shop, and that leaks water every winter. But with a new membrane on there, we had a 8-year membrane put on. I believe we're 5 or 6 years into it now. So that's only got a few more years left. That's the facility before the sheet metal was put on the front of it. So you can see all the older brick. It's been painted, but that's the older brick. The original facility is what's in brick, and then the additions to the west and to the east. The east is the front offices, and the west is the state garage for our state trucks. That's the difference in elevation between the state barn and the shop. There's a 10-inch drop there with a ramp that's about maybe 6 feet long. So as far as ADA compliance, not good. That's from our tire room going into the 1-ton garage. 1-ton garage is very old, but the elevation change again, it's 10, 12-inch drop from one garage going into the other. That's looking out the other way, kind of into the shop. That's the clearance we have on our dump trucks going into the barns. We've had to remove the headers on the garage doors to be able to get the trucks in and out. And I think Paul said it one time or another, but our trucks are getting bigger and wider and taller. That is the turnbuckle roof, I believe, that we have basically holding the roof together, holding the walls up. And the 1-ton garage. Trying to go quick. I know you guys got to be somewhere 10. This is the garage above the garage door. You can see daylight through the holes in the bricks, especially if it's dark in there. It's all lit up, which is kind of nice. Save on lighting, but there are holes all over these bricks. They're rotting out and not good. It's the same thing. There's holes, cracks going up these walls into the bricks. They've been sealed before, like this one up here. This window has been closed off with newer bricks. You can kind of see the difference between the two. So as we had mentioned, all of our barns are basically resting up on top of each other. This is the newer state garage. It's resting on top of the older garage. And this is the older outside wall, which there's a better picture of the bottom of it, but that is starting to rot out as well. So that's looking in from the 1-ton garage onto our tire room. This is how they built the garages on top of each other. This is a dome roof and another dome roof on top. We had a structural failure in this area. I think might have been a few slides back, but we had to build 2 support beams to basically hold up the roof. This is the outside of that old facility. This is the state barn looking towards the local county garage. But the bottom of the bricks here is what we're worried about. These are all rotting out. And they are the original bricks that were built on site in the 30s. That's going from our pickup garage into our office here. Kind of buttered a little bit, but this is the same brick that was used, and there's a step to get in and out of the office there. This is the local county garage. We have 4 rows of trucks in there, I believe. And when we call guys in on the weekends, if your truck's all the way in the back, you got to move all these trucks to get out of your way to get your truck out because guys have assigned truck. And as you can see, they're pretty close to the raft there as well. And another thing is no fire suppression in any of these barns. I had the question asked to me, why don't we, just do carports for our trucks? This is what they look like after plowing for 8 hours a day. They're covered with snow and ice. Trucks get pretty warm, so then it turns to ice and freezes on there. And the guys that have to do the pre-trips, there's no way for them to inspect anything on this wing or underbody or anything. So we have to keep our barns heated to keep the snow off the trucks. It's another picture of the back of the truck, the side of the truck, but part of your pre-trip is checking all these bolts and stuff down here on the wing, as well as the tires underneath.
So you have to wait until this kind of melts off before you can inspect your truck? Is that what you're
We do a
saying?
pre-trip in the morning before you go out. So I'm saying when you pull in at night, yeah, you can kind of do a post-trip, checking the tires and everything. But morning is when you need to be looking over your tires and all these bolts to make sure everything's still in place. You don't want to lose a wing going down the road. So our barns that they parked in currently are heated, which all the snow will be gone by the morning. So then they can do a proper pre-trip on it. That's the inside of the shop. The walls there, that's original outside wall again with the brick that's been painted pretty gold, but and then the outside back where the admin part, the same thing. They're older bricks. We've walled off these windows with newer bricks, but you see how the roof kind of bows in on each raft there. Same thing, cracks going all the way up the wall above the garage doors. This one's been sealed. This one has not. These are all around the building except for the front where we put the new metal on. You can't see them, but they're still there underneath. That's the inside barn looking at the garage door. The cracks going up the walls again. Those are the rafts. Oh, how do I go back? Let's see. Those are the rafters that we were talking about. How we were up in Elmira and the fire chief there said that this type of rafter is basically a death trap for them. Once they catch on fire, they're total failures. With no fire suppression in here, no fire suppression anywhere in our building. And then that's the proposed facility. I think we had talked about that at one point, but regardless, with the fuel island, you fill up, come into this garage, pull out this way. Everybody's moving the same way, flowing the same way. We don't have to move trucks to get in and out of there, and this whole facility will have fire suppression and everything else that we need. A couple minutes. You guys got any questions? Looks like we're getting close to 10.
Yeah, we've got a couple of minutes. Any questions?
I brought the full crew here today, so if you guys got any questions.
Yeah, I got an email from one of my residents. And I know we've discussed this. His concern is he would rather have you guys go for a full mill for a 10-year period versus 0.6 for a 20-year bond proposal. You think about it, it's cheaper in the long run, but I told him I would ask. Seems like we've discussed this before. The rate for a shorter time period is higher, or there was some issue. I just wondering if you could address that.
Yeah, might be a question for the board more or less. Got an answer for that? We already have a mill for our local road millage that we use on all the primaries and local roads, as well as the nighttime plowing. It's something that we could look into. I don't know. I mean, that's a big ask, I believe, but something we can look into.
Yeah, I know a lot of people don't want to pay any more than they have to, but you can do a 10-year mortgage versus a 20-year mortgage. A lot of times that works. I guess that'd be a question for Bobby.
That's instant.
Something to think about. Thank you.
Good question. Anybody else have questions? Bob, is there anything you want to comment on before we close this out? Roy, for the purpose of those listening remotely, can you restate what Bob just said?
Maybe.
Try, give it a shot.
Yeah, he kind of just stated the same thing, that it's kind of a big ask for the people that are tight on a budget to go for 1 mil instead of a 0.61 mil for 20 years.
And you're gonna be doing this presentation to multiple groups this year, is that right?
Yeah, we've been to all the townships and villages so far with the flyer that you guys originally had. I believe the next thing is to bring this PowerPoint around and give the presentation rather than them having to make time to come see us. We'll come to them.
Well, speaking for myself only, I thought it was well presented in a very, with enough brevity that people don't get lost in it. So thank you for being here. I suspect we'll hear from you again.
Yep, we'll be back.
All right. Thank you. But with that, I'm going to make a motion that the Board of Commissioners enter into a closed session to discuss an attorney-client privilege communication with legal counsel in connection with MMRMA claim number 2302757 regarding David Wenkel from Benzie County Sheriff's Office as authorized by MCL 15.268, and that the county administrator and sheriff's designee comes into closed session.
9 seconds.
Any comments, questions? We need to do that in a roll, please.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
you're not,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right. Folks, will probably be about a half hour.
All right, you're unmuted.
All right, we'll bring it back into session at 11:23. Katie, would you please read the motion? I'm gonna read it, I guess, Gary. That the Board of Commissioners authorizes the county administrator, under sheriff, and chair to participate in a pre-suit mediation regarding claim number 2302757, Dave Winkle and Benzie County Sheriff's Office, and authorizes a response from Cummings, McClory, Davis, and Ico, assigned legal counsel to a pre-suit settlement demand up to an amount as discussed in closed session. Did I get support for that?
Nice second.
Okay. We do a roll call?
Nye,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
motion carried.
Okay, thank you, folks. Apologize for the length of the closed session. Let's go back to elected official and department head updates. Anybody else have anything they want to present? Please. I see there's a presentation in the packet.
Walk me now, 3 hours.
Glad to have you back.
Thank you. Good to be back. You do see in your, I'm sorry, Under Sheriff Greg Hubers of the Benzie County Sheriff's Office. You do see in your packet, what I kind of called 2024 in review. And there were just a few things there that really interested me and I wasn't aware of that I'd like to point out. First of all, in corrections, total number of meals served was crazy to me. 39,000, over 39,000 meals served in 2024 in the jail. That is amazing. And those meals are served by correction staff. We don't hire outside agencies or waitresses to come in. Those are all served by jail staff and pushed around in a cart and handed to the inmates 3 times a day. Our bailiff activity went up significantly. You know, the first year we didn't have all 3 here. And we've had all 3 here now on a part-time basis. And if you're ever in the buildings and grounds meetings or court security meetings, the bailiffs are really well received down here in the government center. The canine activity, the number of deployments in the first year of our new canine and our new handler, 33 deployments in 2024 for our new canine. 33 times that Ryan Dumont's dog has been deployed to assist other agencies or assist us with searches or building searches or any of his other abilities. Along with our court dog and then our comfort dog that's also in the school. The MCO's hours, if you remember 2 years ago, I came to you and asked for some more money for training. And we discussed that the things that were going to get us in liability issues were going to be training and supervision. And you answered as a board, and we had those additional training money. Now MCO's, who certifies all of the police officers, has also contributed more money. And it shows 1,153 MCO's training hours for our deputies in 2024. The first year I was here, it was not half of that. We didn't have half those hours, and you have given the funds and MCO's have given the funds to send people to meaningful schools, not just a half-day school because that's all we can afford, but solid trainings for both corrections and for the road. And two other really big things that I wanted to cover and highlight. This program is coming to an end, at least temporarily. We don't know where it's going to go, but the DEA prescription drug take back. Last year, 2024, 261 pounds of pills that we took in that didn't get flushed down the toilet and didn't get put back into our groundwater, 261 pounds. DEA tells us that the April event that is coming up here in the next couple of weeks is going to be the last take back event for the known future. We are still going to take those drugs. We still have the boxes to store them in a hope that this program is restored. But it could be, we don't know, an indefinite amount of time, but we will store them in the property room until we find out what is going to happen with that program. And lastly, I would be remiss to not talk about Victim Services Unit because it is also new to us. And the number of calls that VSU and specifically Becky and her few girls that are on the Victim Services Unit had 17 times they were called out in the Victim Services Unit in 2020. 2 for drownings, 3 fatal car crashes, 10 for medical or natural deaths, notifications, 1 for a suicide and 1 for a house fire where they actually assisted the victims of the house fire. That Victim Services Unit thing is pretty cool. And it's done great things, and Becky's done a really good job with that.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that? I'm sorry. Tell me a little bit more about that. What does that mean?
So the Michigan Sheriff's Association has a model for victim services. And we have in the last year or 2 years incorporated this Victim Services Unit, which are all volunteer. And they're run by Rebecca, the emergency manager. And what they are trained in is to provide victims some counseling and some notification and some education on what happens now. What happens to your loved one now that they have died in the house. They also provide notification in a very what can be a very long process. And instead of having a road deputy, when we have 2 on the road, 1 being with the family for a couple of hours, which they really should be until somebody from the family arrives or can help comfort or, their pastor or priest or whatever it happens to be, Victim Services can stay with them, help answer those questions until some immediate family members can get there to help. They have training every year. For a week or for a couple of days, and then they have trainings every quarter here in this room. And Becky coordinates that unit. They're super helpful when we have a big event like a drowning or a missing person out on the water in Lake Michigan. These can go on for hours rather than assign the deputy to the family to keep with them, to help them, to comfort them. Victim Services Unit comes in on voluntary basis and stays with them and is with them until we have a conclusion to that event. To help.
Yes,
a little
thank
bit,
you.
Heather.
Yes.
Any other questions on the numbers for 2024?
That's a great question. I appreciate that. I've got a couple if nobody else does. On the use of the K-9.
Yeah.
You gave us some numbers. Was that for a full year or was that for a partial year?
That was actually a partial year because he wasn't in place for the full year. I think we were a month or 2 short there. That's about a 10-month period.
Okay, I just thought that'd be worth noting that was the year. On the MCOL training, is there anything in specific that you're focused on that you want the deputies to get better at?
There is an MCOLS now, MCOLS and LCOTS who covers corrections now give you some very specific trainings that you have to have. For 2025, a lot of the focus is mental health training, which is great. Really what my focuses are things to reduce liability and things to keep all of the deputies safe. We continue to do things. Everybody gets their training from me. It's assigned their training from me. So if we have, you have allowed us to have Police One Academy. I know that I can check a lot of those mental health boxes by assigning assignments through Police One Academy. I assign them, the deputies have a 2-week period to do that. I know that they took it. I know that they passed it because Police One monitors that, and then I will sign out another training. The things I'm really focused on this year, long-term, are accident investigation for a couple of deputies. Frankly, the only one that's formally trained in accident investigation was me. Now we're working on our second deputy being trained to a higher level of accident investigation than what you just get in the police academy. The second thing is my focus this year is going to be driving. And there are pursuit driving courses that we could never afford in the past to send somebody to Michigan State Police Academy for a week for high-speed driving. It's a great school. I've been through a couple of them through the state police. And it helps you realize how where your 70% is. Never should any of the deputies be driving over what their 70% of their maximum driving ability is. Because when you start to get above that, you get in crashes and you get in at-fault crashes. And so we're trying to reduce liability and keep our people safe.
So it's important to note, Greg, if I could, that what you just cited is really an investment in our community, not an expense, because if we can reduce the number of accidents, if we can reduce the number of negative interactions with respect to mental health, that all reduces the cost of doing business in the county.
It does. It reduces liability and it improves public relations.
And we need to remember that deputies are humans. When they go home, they have the same issues we all have. Is there any training that's available to them to be able to make them, I use the word superior in their response to difficult situations, like the guy won't roll down his window because he's been pulled over for a traffic violation? My first reaction would be, well, I'm going to break the dang window.
Right.
But I know you need to teach them not to do that.
There is, and sometimes that online training doesn't cover all of that. You can take a lot of online training and pass the test and be okay, but until your adrenaline's up and you're actually doing it, and Kirtland Community College is probably one of the best that teaches those classes now, and we have signed up for some classes there on that very almost that very scenario, some patrol related scenarios.
Okay. And when you talked about the pill take back, have you discussed it all? And I'm not sure this is the right agency, but like the conservation district or some group that's looking to protect water quality, might want to participate?
We have, and we've reached out, Rebecca more so than I, to about every available agency as far as pills and expanding that into syringes. And frankly, the response has been very quiet.
Okay.
There hasn't been a lot at all. A lot of it goes to cost. Pills have to be incinerated. And the one incinerator that we had in Michigan that did that commercially was in Grand Rapids, and they just closed down, and that's part of the cancellation of this program. There is another in Ohio, and that's where the ones from this current event coming in this month are going to be incinerated, but that's federal monies through the DEA. Those monies are potentially drying up.
Thanks for taking the time. Other comments or questions? Good report. Gary, did you have something?
No, that bill thing was very interesting to me. I was curious how they got rid of them. Answered that.
All right, I appreciate the
Thank you.
report. Is there any other department heads that would like to, or elected officials that would like to do a report during this session? If not, we'll move on to approval of the bills.
Good morning, Kelly Long, County Treasurer. Approval of the bills. February 27th through March 27th of 2025. We've got $3,885,385.81.
I'd entertain a motion to pay the bills.
I will make that motion.
Markey will support.
Okay. Questions or comments? And who did the AP review this period?
I did, well, there's,
Thank
how
you.
many periods?
I was saying
We're talking.
there was a few. Christie did one.
I did
Tim-
too.
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate you guys covering for some of us. Although-
And yeah, the number's so high because you're making townships and villages whole, right?
That is correct. We
Yeah.
did settlement. We are
Yes.
done.
You do that by roll call.
Sauer,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Jeanette,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
motion carried.
Ellie, do you have
Yes.
anything else for
I
us?
do. I have a few things. It's been a while since we last talked. As we just said, we just got done with settlement and got our distributions out. We finished our tax collection report. We did have one small error in our graphs, so that's was the handout I gave you guys this morning, so you can replace it in your book. Little decimal point in the wrong spot, that's all, but everything looked good for this year for that. Foreclosures yesterday, end of the day. We have 0 foreclosures again this year. That's an exciting thing. 2 years in a row, we've done that. What else are we doing in our office? Getting ready for sending out notices and getting ready for all the exciting things that happen in April, I guess. I know on April 10th, Miss Brianne and I will be doing a class through Aspire North. It's a continuing ed class we are doing for realtors, but I believe there's quite a few other people that are going to be attending the class. It's April 10th at 1 o'clock. It's called What You Should Know, Property Transfers and Property Taxes. We've had a lot of questions about uncapping properties when people buy, and a lot of realtors not giving out that proper information because our office and the treasurer's office gets lots of phone calls this year wanting to know why their taxes were raised. So this is going to be an exciting class for me and Brianne. I think we're looking really forward to it.
They're teaching the class.
We're
to
teaching the
be
class,
fair.
I should say. Yeah,
Oh,
we're teaching
yeah.
it.
Fantastic.
We'll be teaching it. It'll be interesting to see how well we do. Yeah. Yeah. Any questions on anything? I think I answered Gary's question the other day and
Thank you for taking my call.
yeah, no problem.
So Kelly, before we excuse you, you know, most of the comments that we get from the public, unfortunately, are comments that they'd like us to have corrective action on. And rarely do they acknowledge when we're doing something right. That's not to ding the public.
Right.
That's just human nature.
Right.
But we got an example today of something that's different. From the treasurer, Jill Marble over at Crystal Township.
Okay.
I'd like to read a letter. Dear members of the Benzie County Board of Commissioners, in the spring of 2024, I accepted the role of interim treasurer for the township with no intention of running for the next term. Subsequently, I lost my mind and successfully ran for the treasurer position this last cycle. In part, my decision to run was influenced by the support I received from Mary Ann Goodman of Lake Township, the treasurer there, and Kelly Long, the Benzie County treasurer. There are no handbooks or magic training guides for the treasurer's position. Available training is what I would call drone training, eye in the sky overview material that lists statutory duties, ethics, and how to behave at a meeting for starters. I'd like to think at this point in my life, I've got ethics and behavior handled, statutory duties, have day-to-day tasks like how to apply a residence tax payment and in using the BS&A tax system. Where is that training? Mary Ann took me under her wing. We got together for training and mainly many daily, weekly, and monthly processes. She answered approximately 1 million questions. Her help for need long-term into my term. Then there's Kelly, a leader who knows being a team player is an important component to great leadership. Kelly has also been there for me since day one. Kelly's encouragement and calm demeanor, combined with her knowledge, assisted and guided me through my first year, which included daunting first property tax seasons. I suspect this is Kelly's normal mode of operation, and the county is fortunate to have her. I worked for the state of Michigan for 26 years. Prior to that, I worked in the hospitality industry. Good customer service, whether to the public sector or employees I served, became a priority. Unfortunately, human nature tends to take the time to express negativity versus positive experience. In government, since service is difficult to reward elected officials for going over and above, I wanted to express in strongest terms, possibly, that Kelly Long should be recognized for her unwavering support, knowledge, skills, and help she gave the new treasurer on the block. That is terrific.
That is terrific. Thank you. And speaking of Jill, you know, these treasures out there, they like to do this little competition of who has the best collection rate. Jill got #1 this year. She did great. She was like 0.03% higher than Mary Ann, so.
Did you get a copy of this letter?
I did not, but
I'd
that's
like to
awesome.
Present this to you then if I could.
Well, thank you. Very nice.
Great job for representing the community. Very nice. Okay, let's move into old business. We're finally gonna get you there, I think. The Bay Area Youth Initiative.
So
Update.
Sarah May is here.
Yes,
And I'll just kick it off and then we'll get started. So it was the last meeting, just seems like forever ago. We went through the request for opioid funding, and there were some follow-up questions that were wanted regarding the Bay Area Youth Initiative proposal. And so Sarah has provided updated documents, which you all have on your desk. She is here to ask additional or answer additional questions that you may have regarding the request. One of the items that was part of her request that we talked about potentially the county handling, Suzanne Mall, the deputy who worked with me last year to handle a speaker within the schools. She got with Sarah as well and talked about that whole avenue. And given the timing right now where we're at, we have 51 days left of school, according to my second grader. There's just not time to, take that on as the county when they've already done a lot of the legwork. And so Suzanne and I are supportive of the Bay Area Youth Initiative continuing down that track if the Board of Commissioners is also in support of the speaker element of the opioid funding use. Other than that, I will let you take it away and Sarah take it away.
so we got some revised documents just this morning in front of us.
Okay.
Probably, we haven't had a lot of time to review it. It's titled Revised Benzie Area Youth Initiative Project Budget. Do you have a copy of that?
Yes.
Would you like to walk us through that and let us know what your new request is?
Yeah, so just to remind everyone, I submitted a proposal back in December 11th. And so I'm still waiting to, find out about allocations. So this has been a bit of a process, but I took some comments, really was responsive to the schools and what we need in our community to create this revised budget. Like Katie said, it is to support a prevention speaker coming to both schools. I actually already have it scheduled for April 24th at Frankfurt High School and April 25th at Benzie Central. Of course, that's all pending if the county commissioners support that funding for that. That presentation was recommended to me by Alcona County. They had brought their county coalition, which is very similar to what the Bay Coalition is here, to their schools, had a great response. It was very positive. Straight Talk is out of Lansing, Michigan, and we are excited to welcome them to Benzie County. Then the next item is training. And so this is in response to what the school, what their needs are, and what we can help connect them to. I really did a lot of research with looking at Exhibit E and seeing what were the allowable qualifications for these items. And if you look at, I think it's like page 11 under prevent opioid misuse, there's one that says funding community coalitions, which is exactly what Bay Initiative is. And it also funds evidence-based programs in schools, especially targeting at-risk students. So this is a population of at-risk students that the school counselors could be trained in. It's called In-Depth and Not on Tobacco. And that would help work and build skills with those students in order to help them understand better what addiction is, how to be able to cultivate healthy behaviors, how to cope better with stress, how to support each other, and to be able to get off of the nicotine addiction or whatever they're vaping, because sometimes nowadays many are vaping THC and other things as well, not just nicotine. So that was a request from the school. Several other counties have done this program and have all had very high successes with it. The other training that I included is from Stanford's Reach Lab. They do an annual conference. This is a virtual conference. I have allocated for 8 staff members to attend, and you don't have to attend live on the time it is done. You can also go on, all these webinars are recorded anytime over the next 12 months and then have that information. And it's over a whole course of different mental health, substance use, all ranging from opioids to cannabis to alcohol to vaping. So it covers everything. And so you can pick and see what is most beneficial. This would be aimed at health teachers, so they would have better resources for them to use. Also, the school nurses and school resource officers could partake in this. Educational materials. This is to help support, better community-wide education. And so I know it's often helpful to read something. You learn something better if you also can read it as opposed to just listen to someone talk. And so it's important to have those kind of brochures or pamphlets to hand to people so then they have something to take away from, either if it was a presentation, a classroom setting, or if it was more like a community hosting a resource table. So that is to help with that. Then the last, or not the last thing, but the deactivation pouches, those are to help kind of what they were saying too. We have this issue with access to all these over-the-counter and prescription drugs, and how do we dispose of them? Because they should be used properly. And then once you're not using them, we need to make sure they're safely disposed of. These pouches are great because you can just do it right at home. It's very simple. You add water, you put the capsules or liquids in it, add water to it, you shake it, it does whatever it does, and then deactivates it. So it is then safe to throw in your trash. So we really need to promote that to as many people as we can in the community. I just included 300 to get us to kind of just get started with it and see how it is going. I know Leelanau County has had a lot of success in distributing these, and they've been very well received. Lastly, ongoing planning and implementation and evaluation of BAE. What's important about that funding is we need to be connected to each other, communicating with each other, and pulling our efforts together to look at system-wide needs. And that will help us because we know substance use is a very complex issue. And as we work in prevention, we have to work together in many different levels in order to see some actual real change. And we don't want to just do all these individual, here and there events. We really want to have a coordinated effort. And we help monitor the data as we take surveys through the schools to see if we are seeing benefits from it and changes in reducing substance use among youth. That is our goal. Are there any questions on the budget? And then finally, it was like an administrative bookkeeping fees, and that was a pretty minor amount, only $900, and that is, I think, less than 5% of the total grant.
Unless I'm missing a page, you had mentioned a cost of something for $300. Where's that at?
Not 300, 500 maybe for
500.
educational.
Got it. Questions?
And I will add that the Stanford's Reach Lab Annual Conference is scheduled for April 9th and 10th. So again, that's kind of a pressing need that I would need to know if there is funding for it to get the people who are interested registered for it.
I think when we had our last discussion about the ask, and thank you for coming back. I approached it the same way as we did before, kind of piece by piece. I'm in full support of the speaker. Thank you for finding that. I would make a motion right now to support the funding for that and your efforts on that. I have questions about, if you don't mind me just going down the, I do have questions whether opioid funding is a good fit for sessions on tobacco use. We do have SUD funding, substance use funding, which, it seems to me a couple of these things that have been set out are a better fit for that bucket. The SUD funding, when I think about, okay, the educational materials, you had reached out to Central Wellness to ask for support in this ask, and it was brought up in a meeting that I attended yesterday that the NMRE actually has all these informational, educational pamphlets and it was urged that you use that as a resource. They provide those for free. The pouches, I thought in our last conversation, we determined that we had those, that we were,
That was the lock bags.
So we do have the lock bags specifically. This is it's different than the lock bags.
okay. And
Yeah.
would it be appropriate for opioid funding, first of
Mhm.
all?
Mhm.
And how would you find, people to disperse these bags to?
Sure. So I was planning to connect with the Benzie Senior Resources and see if they had a great way of getting it out to especially older people who maybe have lots of prescriptions and maybe are homebound or it's harder to get them to bring the take back kind of things. Also reaching out to the schools because especially the families, I mean, the thing that's really important is most people who develop an opioid use disorder, it's from prescription drugs initially. And so people who are in the same household that might take it and they're not prescribed to it, then that could cause all kinds of issues. So that's why it's important to have both those lock bags and have people keep it, locked and safe. And this is great because then when you're done using it, get rid of it in a safe and responsible way.
Sure, and I would absolutely include that in a motion to support.
Yeah.
And then the other two, again, I'm struggling with whether this bucket is a appropriate source for the funding of Bay's objectives. I don't know if that's a good fit for that, or if possibly there's another source of funding that would be more appropriate to, I was reading the background on Bay and it sounds like it is in need of some sort of sustainable funding to be ongoing. I'm just not sure that the opioid funding is appropriate fit for that. So at the end of the day, where I stand on my vote is I would be happy to make a motion to support the speaker in both the schools and the bags to take care of the drugs, but I'm open to anybody else's thoughts too.
And just further, so that'd be 11,472.
Correct.
And I would just add that, throughout, I'm part of the 21 county MRE, regional of community coalitions, and every community coalition is also getting liquor tax dollars, is also pursuing opioid settlement funds. The opioid settlement funds are specifically for treatment, recovery, and prevention. This county has not allocated anything this year for prevention. I think it's really important we support this. Every dollar you invest in prevention, you save $7 in intervention.
I totally agree, and I believe the speaker checks that box in the schools.
But what I'm saying is it's important that we support the entire coalition and its work. The sheriff is the one who initiated this coalition, and it was because we have issues with substance use among youth and also with families. I think it was reported over 30% of high school students reported they live in a household where there is an alcohol or substance use issue. So this is important that we do multiple things on different levels to support our families.
Brenda, I appreciate how comprehensive your questions have been. Tim, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Well, the go on what Rhonda was talking about, the training, now we're talking opioid dollars specifically from the settlement. But the training talks about addiction. I mean, I understand opioid is an addiction, but it's not specific to it. I mean, I guess it would be a question for Katie. Would this training that's outlined here qualify for the opioid settlement dollars? I mean,
Yeah, so we talked about that, and there is research that shows that by preventing so-called gateway drugs, you're then preventing the later drug.
Okay, so then I would be kind of in support of the training as well then. The education materials, yeah, I do believe that they're out there and available for free. And the drug disposal pouches, yep, I think that's a great idea as well. The collation communication facility evaluation. I mean, is that just for, I guess I'm not sure how that is tied into opioid settlement funds.
So the Bay Initiative is our community coalition. In the prevention, under the Exhibit E, under prevention, there is a line item that says funding and supporting the community coalitions. What it is, it's bringing people together, parents, the schools, mental health providers, law enforcement, to try to tackle this very complex, difficult issue. So communicating with parents, having the social media posts, and just the more we can communicate and bring people together, the better our community will be.
Okay, I can see that.
I'll make a motion that the Board of Commissioners authorizes up to $19,259 to support initiatives described in the request for opioid funding proposal from the Bay Area Youth Initiative, with funding to be reimbursed and feedback to be given within 12 months of funding award describing the impacts of the funds.
We have a motion on the table. Do we have support? Lack of support, motion dies. Anybody else want to make a motion?
I want to give a shot, but I would like to say that I do not like duplicate effort. I see a lot of duplication here. I also think there's other places to put these pouches. The health department would be an excellent place to do that. Maybe even some of the local doctors, Munson or Paul Oliver or something. Because I do think that's a great idea.
And I would work with all the community partners, and the health department is part of our coalition to make sure that they have those as well.
I just
Yes.
don't like missing things, and I don't like duplicating things. Yeah. I'm in favor of the speakers. I'm in favor of the pouches. Not in favor of the entire thing.
Based on that, I would like to make motion to support the two items discussed in as far as prevention speaker and drug deactivation and disposal pouches for a total of $11,472. If my math is right.
Is there support for that motion?
I'll support.
Is there further discussion?
And I have to agree with Sarah that this is a big prevention bucket. And as I said earlier, I think that putting our money toward prevention is a big deal. Again, I heard on NPR, they were talking about how deaths of opioid related deaths have been cut like 50%. And again, I'm not sure how the news article went, but I can't help but think, you know, we're focusing all of our time, effort, and money. We've got a lot here. I don't understand why we aren't utilizing these funds for prevention, but
I guess a question I would have, Katie, of our opioid settlement dollars, how much have we taken in so far and how much do we have available to award?
Hold on, let me pull up the general ledger.
While you're looking for that, Sarah, you know, this issue regarding the prevention for workers, the challenge that I'm running into is that we could potentially get dinged because you're using the language tobacco and tobacco isn't directly related to the opioid. But what I'm hearing you say is there is a connection. Is there a better way to express that so we can defend it if we were to decide to fund that?
Yeah, I did send that rationale for the not on tobacco. Did you receive that document?
If I did, I apologize. I did not look.
Okay. So that detailed, similar to what Katie had shared, that there is evidence that, having the gateway drugs then lead to other drug use. And what we're trying to do is build the skills in this at-risk group. So this at-risk group are the ones that have already had school violations, and working with them, it's a 10-week program. And so what you're just paying for in this one is the training for the school counselors to receive training to then implement the program. There are also research about if you are doing the medicated assistant treatment for opioids and you're also on vaping nicotine, that actually those cravings make it harder to get off the opioids. So, there's many health reasons why you would want to stop that as well. Like I said, in the Exhibit E, there is something called schools. It's like school evidence-based programs. This is one of them. Yes, it is focused on nicotine, but it's also building all those skills. And I think it said something like mental health and other SUDs would also be included in that.
It could be very valuable training.
Yeah.
I question the funding bucket. If these are school counselors that are doing it, don't the school budgets account for training for their counselors?
This
and
was
then again,
requested
it's-
from the schools for this.
But their
so
own,
they don't
their
have
own
that.
budgets don't account for training for their counselors. I guess
don't know.
I guess that's where I'm,
I'm saying the school requested it for me to pursue.
Okay, and then, and you are a representative on the SUD board. These are the types of things that you get requests for on substance use, which would be tobacco and vaping, and is my understanding.
Yes, yeah, we get those kind of requests in pretty frequently, as a matter of fact.
And our county does have ample funds,
Our county has actually
200 and,
quite a bit of ample funds, if I were. Yeah, we have. Oh, I just had it up.
Liquor tax.
Yeah, it's called PA2 funding, but yeah, liquor tax. Wish I had to go on to different screens, because I was looking stuff up. Yeah, we have over 200,000 currently in our budget in our Benzie County, and we only bring in like 67,000 a year from liquor tax funding. So we actually have a really healthy fund balance for Benzie County.
Edie, can you respond to Tim's earlier question?
About $105,000
What's remaining?
is what we have available. We've allocated 50 to Central Wellness. We've allocated funding to the DOC, which I'm assuming the 20,000 because we allocated over multiple years. So I'm counting that as the full chunk this year. So about $105,000. We're in cash right now. We have about 184,000 sitting there.
So
And I would say I could definitely pursue the liquor tax for the not on tobacco, but we need to utilize the opioid funds as well. I just see we should do both. We should utilize better the liquor tax, but as well the opioid funds. I think both could help with prevention and
I guess
elevate what
part
we
of what
do.
I'm getting at with the our balance, we don't have a lot of people knocking on our doors wanting to spend this fund, right? And I'm not saying we should just throw money out just for the sake of to spend it either. We want to make sure that the funds are going towards good programs to help either prevent opioids or treatment afterwards, right? That's what they're intended. I do know a lot of counties in the state are struggling to come up with spending their funds. And I know this for a fact because I sit on the coalition of counties in this region. And that was our discussion that we had in our last meeting. And most of them are just now starting their process where we are ahead of the game.
We do have one other pending request from the River Bend Recovery Home. So I'm working still through that with the gentleman to get additional information for you and an additional explanation like we did with Sarah. So that is the only other one that would be coming forward to you. And as you know, they lowered their request from 200 down to 20-ish thousand.
And Katie, did I hear Sarah correctly that the documentation she provided you regarding this tobacco succession would fit the box?
Yeah, so in Exhibit E, they talk a lot about training specifically. It also talks a bit about the coalitions as noted, but it talks about training for collaborative cross-system coordination to prevent opioid use, prevent overdoses, and to treat other opioid use disorders in coordination with SUD and MH conditions. So that's where it brings in the SUD and mental health conditions.
I understand what you're
Yeah.
trying to accomplish. You want to use the right buckets
For the
for
right,
funding.
yeah, but I mean, I would be open to amending my motion to include the training based on that,
That would take it to 14,172.
correct?
Well, which training?
Yeah, there's two different
Two different
trainings.
Yeah,
trainings.
there's two different.
14,810 if you include both trainings.
Yeah, 14,810 for
Oh, I
both
only
trainings.
included 2,400. 14,000 what, please?
810.
I would amend my motion to include the training.
What about you, Gary?
Gary, do you support that amendment?
Yes.
Great. Other questions or comments? If not, we'll do roll call.
Trigg,
Yes.
Janai,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
motion carried.
Sarah, thanks for hanging in there with us. I hope you understand that we're just trying to make sure we're doing our due diligence. All right, we're into new business. Katie, I'm going to turn it over to you, please.
Sure. So the first item in the new business section is consideration of adopting an amended directory of charges. A couple of years ago, we went ahead and created what we are calling a directory of charges to streamline the accessibility of the charges we require for services for the folks within the community. So in a nutshell, what we've done is we've taken all the different departments who have to charge for a service, we've put it into one grand document. And when we put it into that one document, we made a commitment to the board that we would look at this every other year, so biannually. So we're into that every other year phase. The directory of charges was sent out to staff, and you'll see in your packet the redlined requested changes from staff. Some of the charges are actually decreasing, while some are increasing. Some of the charges are statutory. They're a requirement that we must charge, while other ones are ones that we factor in based on our staff time and the cost of doing business. I don't have anything further.
Other questions, comments? If not, I'd look to hear a motion.
I'll make the motion that the Board of Commissioners adopts the amended directory of charges for Benzie County dated April 1, 2025.
Thank you, Gary. Can I get support for that?
Markey will support.
We have support. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Janai,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
motion carried.
So the next item is a budget amendment related to the drug court program. As you know, the drug court program is a grant-funded program through the circuit court. And one of the participants within that program was ordered to pay back a fee for the drug testing. And so that $18 did come back to us. Typically, we would hold off on the $18 budget amendment until the end of the fiscal year. But because this is related to grant services as well, we wanted to ensure that we're doing it in a timely fashion. So this is simply recognizing that revenue, that refund coming back to the county, and then recognizing the $18 expenditure, which may be needed on another participant.
I would make the motion that the Board of Commissioners authorizes a budget amendment in the amount of $18 be approved.
Can I get support, please?
I'll
Or-
second. Trigg will second.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Hearing none, roll call.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
Janai,
Yes.
motion carried.
That'd be the smallest budget amendment. Yeah.
I know.
You guys really went out on a limb on that one.
I know we did. So the next item within your packet is a request for a letter of support from Cherry Capital Communication. You also all received an email from Justin Malone of Cherry Capital Communication, which also went to some of the township officials within the county. He is requesting a letter of support for the Broadband Equity Access and Development Program, BEAD. BEAD is what it's been commonly referred to for the last couple of years. This is related to their grant application for projects within Benzie County as well as on a state-wide basis. And so I did confirm with Justin, he would like to see those letters of support individually by each commissioner versus as a commission. So I included the draft letter in your or in the packet specifically. I can print this off to be filled out if the board would like to see this go through. But Cherry Capital has been our public-private partnership for quite some time. We've talked about over the last couple of years the intention of applying for the BEAD grant funding in Michigan and specifically in Benzie County. We have made it through the process of pre-application. Some of you have received requests from other agencies around the state related to the BEAD grant. The BEAD grant is very intense and there's a pre-application process that you have to get approval for before you can even apply for the grant funding. Cherry Capital Communication has made that hurdle. The only other one that I'm aware of that would be directly impacting Benzie County as of today is a Centec, which I think used to be like American Bell Telephone. I don't know. But they're the only two as of right now that I'm aware of that are on that pre-application approval list. There's only 25 to 30 agencies in Michigan that have received that approval. Now, I was told, Tim Malone let me know that the state is supposed to be coming out with an amended list soon, which is going to expand that list of additional providers that have made it through that pre-application process. But as of today, Cherry Capital and Ascentec are the only two even eligible to apply for funding, and both of those agencies intend to apply for funding for Benzie County.
Is there any valid reason, in your opinion, not to provide support for this?
No, I mean, this has been our big, baby for how many years? And so, no.
They have done a great job of communicating with us. They're running as fast as they can based on the resources they have to implement broadband in our community. And I'm glad to hear, because we have been getting multiple requests, that the only one in front of us right now is the only one that's qualified.
Yeah.
To actually get a letter of support.
I'm a little surprised that Centec hasn't asked for a specific letter. We anticipated that they would be. And for your knowledge, the grant application deadline is April 9th. And so the fact that Centec hasn't come forward, I'm a little surprised by that. But here nor there, I'm not part of their business.
So would it be possible to have these printed off and available for commissioners to sign today?
Yeah, I'll hit print on these right now, and Stephanie can bring them down. She's watching, so she heard that.
Would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I'd like to move that the Board of Commissioners supports the Broadband Equity Access and Development Program BEAD and related grant applications and authorizes individual letters of support on behalf of the Benzie County by Benzie County Board of Commissioners.
Awesome. All right. Any questions or additional comments? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Nye,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
motion carried.
Katie?
All righty. Sorry, I was just popping a quick message. She says on her way. The next item on your agenda is the computer replacement process. So Benzie County has really never established a clear process as to how we're handling a lot of our IT needs with Benzie County. That's not to say that certain departments haven't had their own processes, but there's never really been this overarching process. And so over the last year, now that we have Michael in place as our IT person in-house, he's been really working to formalize what it means to be IT for Benzie County. And so in your packet, what you see is a replacement process for computer technology. This process was reviewed by Michael as well as Carhu Cyber, who's our contracted agency, as well as the department heads and elected officials on the campus. and the green thumb has been given for this process here. And this would address our computer needs on the campus.
You recall that our objective for several years is to continue to modernize our business practices. I see this just as one more step.
It absolutely is, and it's protecting us from that, cyber breach in the future. Up-to-date computers and softwares protect us in the long run. And when we let things lapse, that's when we have issues.
What we've learned
Tim knows.
is that being a small community doesn't protect you from breaching.
Absolutely not.
I would like to see, in addition to this, disposal guidelines of said computer components, like, making sure that the hard drive's been properly erased and that the components were properly disposed of, so they're just not thrown into a landfill kind of thing. I mean, this
I
is
know
great.
that's being done, but we can memorialize that process.
That can be later down the road. This is a
Yeah.
great start.
So you don't find a need to wait to act on this?
Right.
Would you like to make that motion?
I would love to make that motion. I would make the motion, the Board of Commissioners approve the computer replacement process.
Christie, would you be comfortable supporting that?
I would.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, go call, please.
Sauer,
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
Janai,
Lunchtime.
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right.
The next item in your packet is a request to extend the agreement with Dr. Mark Hawley for fieldwork services and equalization. A couple of years ago, you'll recall we entered into an agreement with Dr. Hawley to perform the field work, which equalization is required to do. At that time, we did not have the capacity to do it. And we're just entering a phase where we may have the capacity to do this in the near future. But as of right now, we do not have the capacity to perform these services within equalization. So the request is to extend Dr. Hawley one additional year to perform those services for the 2026 equalization. Right.
Brianna,
Yes.
you've been waiting patiently. Would you like to add to anything?
So it will be 2025 for 2026 equalization studies. We have worked with him now for 2 cycles. He does really great work. He's always gets his things in on time, and we always have an annual review by our PSD rep, and he always flying colors. So
Tell them what PSD means.
oh, Property Services Division.
Okay.
So he, like I said, he's been really great to work with, and he's agreed to continue for this year.
There's no questions or comments. I'd entertain a motion.
Yeah, a long one.
Trigg moves that the Board of Commissioners approves a one-year agreement with Dr. Mark Hawley, complete appraisal service in the total annual amount of $25,725 for fieldwork services to prepare for 2026 equalization. Such agreement subject to approval as to its form by legal counsel and authorizes the chair to sign.
Very good. Thank you, Christie. Can I get support for that?
I'll support.
Barry supports. I do have a question on this.
Mhm.
So internally, we're working towards our own certification.
Yes. Yep.
Once we attain those certifications, are we likely to then save this $25,000 a year? Or will there be an expense related to this higher level of certification?
I would say you would end up saving.
Mhm.
it. We would probably try to shift or incorporate it into our office. My preference for in office staff would be the fact sometimes you're going through the year preparing for your study and things may change. And a lot of the times, especially now in this contracted work, it's constant emails, wait, switch gears. So if we could get there, I believe that we could shift it over, still maintain maybe a 3-person department. But it's going to take time, certification, and training to get there.
How far out do you think we are before we can bring that in-house?
Oh, couple years?
Yeah, 2-ish years, 2 to maybe
The
3.
certification, I think right now is a 9-month certification, but then you'd still, have to have the person.
How many hours?
Yeah.
Are you getting that certification or do you have candidate staff getting that certification?
Has it?
Yeah, I have it.
Okay.
But
You
I,
can do it.
yeah. I do have a staff member now who is interested in going for the MCAO program. And that's going to start in June. But you have to be accepted into it. So we have put in the
competitive.
application and we'll see. Now that licensure doesn't mean that you would automatically take over the field appraising position, right? Because you'd have to have additional training for it. But that licensure is a good basis for what we deal with every day as well. So a stepping stone, you would say, and then additional training to actually become a field appraiser.
Are you eligible for that now?
Yes.
She is specifically, yes.
You are, and explain to me again then why we're contracting it out?
Because it is a lot of additional duties on top of the director's position as well. When I would do the field appraising, I would probably spend an entire summer, sometimes even more. I mean, I usually, snow would melt, you would get out, you'd start field work, and sometimes you were doing it into November. So and sometimes every day of the week and weather dependent. So on top of that, then data entry, you know, it's a full-time position.
It's very uncommon for the director to do that service for the department because of the requirements of the director. And we don't want to get back into that corrective action plan issue that we've already worked so hard to get out of. You know, Brianne is provided by the State Tax Commission a very robust annual schedule full of numerous deadlines as to what she needs to do. And like she said, field work, she's out of the office for days, weeks, months at a time. She would not have the capacity to then also do the duties as the director, which is required by the State Tax Commission.
So going back to my first question, in all likelihood, even if we don't have to go outside for it, it probably is going to be an increased cost in order to do this internally. If somebody gets certified for it, they're going to expect to get paid for that level of work.
So, yeah, so there may be a opportunity, I'll say, that person could make more. So it used to be these positions were within the FOPLC General Union, and there was stipends for credentials in there, which would be something we could explore with the Board of Commissioners. As far as a timing standpoint, as the office continues to modernize and digitize, that will help with the timing issue, because right now those folks are in the office all the time doing things within the office. And one of those folks is going to end up getting pulled out of the office for days at a time for field work. Well, who's going to do that office work? They're working really hard to modernize the office and the approach to the office so that when that person's out, they're not missing all the things they need to do within the office as well.
But again, if somebody improves their skill levels to that height, there's some reward that's expected for providing the service. Where I'm going with this is looking at, we could be 2 or more years down the road. Should we be negotiating a multi-year contract rather than just a year to year?
He prefers an annual contract. We've already tried that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just looking at locking in their cost is what I'm.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
So, and as far as the position goes, you know, as we're approaching getting closer to that time when perhaps we have this improved level of capacity in an individual, that's when we would go through that classification process to establish that position on a pay scale. Because right now that position's not even on a pay scale that we've established because that union, as you know, is no longer intact. And so we would look at that closer to that time when we're approaching that time of potentially bringing it in-house.
I would almost argue that if you do get a person that rises that level and is now doing the field work, who is going to be doing that person's work that they're not going to be in-house doing today?
Well, that's what they're working on now to modernize the office and the approach to the office so that it's there's less work I don't want to say less work to do, but the processes are more efficient within the office. So then they can take the time to do the field work.
Okay.
So when you previously did the field work and there was a different equalization director, did he also have the credentials to do the field work?
Yes.
But he never did
Nope.
support you. I mean, it seemed like we had a department with significant credentials
Mhm.
at that point. Would you as a director share those duties with your person getting trained in some way to make it kind of a hybrid, so you were backing each other up?
I think I think that's important because not only that, but I do then go in and review all of this information. And so I think it would be important to show them what I look for, when I'm going to determine to use something. I would be more than willing. It all depends on when it kind of comes up in the year as well. Springtime, summertime, directors, you're preparing for studies. You'd have a little bit more time, but usually, spring into fall, those would be times that I wouldn't be available.
Sure, it just
Yeah.
seems like an opportunity to layer skill sets
Yeah.
where perhaps it could have been done in the past and it wasn't.
And as
Yeah.
we introduce technology, that'll give us a better understanding of what new capacity is created.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, sorry for the length of discussion, but one response led into another. Is there any other comments or questions? If not, let's do a roll call.
I don't think I have a motion yet.
Yeah,
No,
Christie
okay.
made it.
Hey, Christie, you.
Oh, yep, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong one. I'm sorry. Craig,
Yes.
you're not?
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, stay right there.
Yeah.
So the next item on the agenda, you do see annually, and that's to officially accept the equalization report, which is a big task that Brianne works through in the spring. This report does depend upon our various townships as well, and she does work with the treasurer's office and tax settlement. It's really a big, huge kit and caboodle all packed into a report. So you'll see in this report, if you get down to the memo specifically from Brianne, she indicates that the 2025 equalized value is 3,400,000,000, or you say the word,
3,406,000,000.
$1,827,000. There you go.
Yeah.
Representing an increase of 11.69% from 2024. The taxable value for the county, 1,915,120,000, which is a 6.59% increase in taxable value. So that's what it's looking like from a county standpoint. These numbers are the numbers we need to really get going in budgeting as well. So this is really what's going to kick off budgeting season.
So I know we've been here a long time already, but this process, even after 8 years, I still don't even feel adept to be able to analyze it myself.
Mhm.
And I know that there's other commissioners and I want them to be comfortable in asking questions regardless of how long we've been here.
Yeah.
So let me open it up to questions before we entertain a motion.
Okay.
Gary, did you have anything you wanted to
I
ask?
already reached out to Brianne, and I really appreciate the fact that we put veterans amounts in there, the ones that are 100% disabled, and I'm not questioning that. What I'm questioning is, how do we get the state to pay us back? Because there's no reimbursement whatsoever. Is there any movement towards that? It's huge if you get right down to it.
Oh, I'd come up so that people can hear you.
Kind of talked earlier.
Yeah.
I had a discussion with Senator Bumstead about, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago in regards to that. It is something that he's working on, but they're having a really hard time at that level, at the state level, moving forward with it. A big thing would be to figure out what kind of funds we would be losing based now that we're putting those numbers into our taxable value, because we weren't before. I think last year was the first year we did it, and it was a rough year, but things are getting better. So now that we're going to get a better taxable value number, if we can come up with what funds we're going to be missing out of and then reporting that back to our senators, then maybe we can move forward with getting some of that money reimbursed.
It's my understanding that they loosen the restrictions to be 100% disabled. And there's more and more people, and I don't blame them. I mean, in reality, maybe we ought to be looking at a different system to run the county financially. Well, nobody likes that idea either, but it's getting to be quite a hit. It's bad enough with the conservancy property that's taken off the books and all this other stuff, so there's only one way to get better, especially if we're gonna go out and ask for an increase in our taxes. It comes from the people that are left paying, and I really struggle with it.
Yeah. And I
We-
think that's the struggle at the state level too, because some of these disabled veterans are using them for their second homes here along the lake and claiming they live here and they're getting their taxes for free. So
That's
I
how
think
the
that's
system
part,
works.
I know, but that's part of the state's problem too, according to the senator. You know, he's like, some of these disabled people are using it for this, and because of that, we're having a hard time going forward and making those decisions on what we need to do with this disabled.
They
veteran.
created this problem.
Yes.
Well, they would be homesteading up here anyway because the property values,
Mhm.
and which qualifies them. And our veteran population is growing. We
Mhm.
approximately have 10% of our population right now that are veterans, and that is continuing to be a growing number. I believe that we should serve these folks in any way we can, particularly combat vets, but we're not going to settle that here today.
No, I'm not questioning that. That's not what I'm questioning. I'm questioning
Reimbursement.
what the county is losing and who do we put this burden on? And came from the state, they approved it, unfunded mandate, they need to fix it. I just don't know. Anyway, we'll start here so people hear.
There you go.
No, Gary, I understood, and I'm glad that you're bringing the question up. I knew you weren't questioning that as a opportunity for veterans. I knew you weren't.
Well, thank you.
Christie, do you have any questions?
Yeah.
We're going to take the time needed.
Yeah, okay. So does this equalization report kind of go hand in hand with this other report you gave us? I mean, because there's a state equalized values, all units. I mean, is this last year's number?
Yes.
And that's,
Those are
that's
only
what I mean.
last year's numbers. So that report was put together after we got done with settlement.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're done with 2024 taxes, and that's what that report is for, 2024 only.
And now my report is bringing you 2025 numbers.
And that's what we're gonna be expected collection or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because I also looked at this too, again, because I apologize, I did this at the 11th hour. Okay, and I'm learning that SEV is 50% of the true cash value.
Yes.
And that the taxable value is, I can't even read my own writing. Is the total tax levied, right?
It's the value that the millage rate
Levied
is levied against. Yeah.
That's the
Okay.
value they're applying.
Yeah.
Okay, and then what I've noticed in a lot of these too, and maybe some of these were for this, but I think it's all interconnected, right? And that like, so when I was in Lake Township, the assessor basically said that, and I think that's what you talked about here, is that you have 11% increase in our taxable value, or equalized values increased 11%, and taxable value is increased by 6.59%. And one of the things he was talking about is because if you're close to a body of water, you've gone up. If you're close to a street, you've gone up, or something like that. So how
Isn't uncapping a major contributor?
Yes.
Sales, uncapping.
Yes.
does that mean?
So anytime a property sells, so you have every year your state equalized value is set, and then you also have your taxable value. So you purchased the home and they're the same, and you own it for a while, and so your taxable value is just going to kind of go up the rate of inflation, or 5%. So a little bit every year. Your SEV is going to be based on market, and so that could fluctuate, most likely going up. Once you sell your property, then the property's taxable value becomes the same as the SEV the following year.
Okay.
So if you have
So
a
you're gonna
parcel of
see an
property
increase.
that's been in your family forever, you know, your taxable value is very low, and as soon as that sells, your taxable value becomes uncapped and it
Mhm.
goes up to your SEV. And which is a huge jump
Yeah.
Okay.
for some people.
And And so we do hear that too, because you always hear taxable value will go up, you know, rate of inflation or 5%. But then if you look at ours, you know, there's an increase that's of course higher than, you know, the 5%. And that is because most likely of uncappings. An increase in taxable value can also be contributed to someone adding a new structure or something, you know, new builds, things like that, things that were not on the tax roll previously. You're gonna see an increase in taxable value. So that's kind of how that works.
And I think I saw that like Lake Township and Platte Township I mean, they're huge compared to everybody else.
Yeah, waterfront,
No, Lake,
lakefront
no,
property.
did I say Platte? I mean Benzonia.
Yeah, Benzonia.
Not Platte.
Benzonia. Sorry.
I missed something.
Yeah.
Again, I was really
But
late at night when I
Benzonia,
made my
Benzonia
notes.
Tonnage has Crystal Lake frontage, it has Platte Lake frontage. It's a lot of water frontage.
Yep.
Okay,
Elmira's the same way. There's, because of so much lake frontage.
okay.
all lakes.
Do you
Okay.
have any other questions?
Um, and then again, in my research, you know, we as the Board of Commissioners are supposed to look at this and say, yes, this is reasonable, correct?
Yes.
How do I know this is reasonable?
So you,
I take her word for it.
yeah. You want to see it, the ratios, come between 49 and 50. So, and that's
In
means
this
that your
group
goals
here.
equalized. Yep.
And if
Isn't
you're
this-
out of compliance, if you're out of that, then you're forced to make the changes, right? To get within that 49 to, yeah.
And
That's where the
so
equalization
Equalize
comes
it,
in.
yeah.
And so, if you're not between 49 and 50, it would eventually, the unit would then receive a factor, which would be kind of what would, you know, be established here is we need to bring up the true cash value for that class a little bit. And then you guys would kind of sign off on that. But our goal in the equalization department and why we perform those studies is to ensure that you are between 49 and 50 because no unit wants to receive a factor that is, you know, frowned upon. So working together, good communication between our department, the assessing units, you know, I would like to see it be a rare occasion.
Because
that would ever
technically,
happen.
if you're below 49%, you're undervaluing the properties.
Yeah.
And if you're over the 50%, you're overtaxing people, right? That's why you need to be equalized into
Equalized.
that small margin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I can't really, you won't see factors often. So usually when we come through and you get this equalized report, if you look through the equalization report, I think it's like 4 or 5 pages, but it'll show you each, it's a report named that within this report. On page 10 through 14, it will actually show you each unit and then show you the values there and then where they fell in between 49 and 50. Now, back in, gosh, when did I put it? Oh, we published the tentative ratios. Those were the results of our studies. We performed sales studies and appraisal studies on each class of property within each unit. And based on those studies, we're going to come out with a ratio for that class, which we then publish, we pass on to our units. That tells the assessor how much they need to raise or lower their true cash value within that class. That adjustment is what brings them between 49 and 50. So just moving forward, so this would be it all wrapped up. All of our studies have been taken into consideration. The units have adjusted accordingly. They went through March Board of Review, made any adjustments that the board may have required. And then now, being between 49 and 50, they won't receive a factor. So that's kind of what this report is summarizing.
And then each property owner receives something in the mail saying your taxes either increased by plus amount, you received one of those probably, or it was reduced
Yeah,
by a
assessment
certain
change
amount.
notice.
Yeah, you individually get one of those.
Mm-hmm. And if you ever do kind of want to, you know, sit down and go through, you know, an annual cycle, I mean, I'm more than willing to do that as well. I know it's a lot to take in, and you know, a lot goes into it as well. So I'd love to sit down and talk with you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, come anytime.
I'd encourage you to do that, but you're being asked to cast a vote today, and that's why I wanted to make sure
Yes,
you had a chance to ask your questions.
yes.
Do you have other questions before you'd be comfortable voting one way or the other?
No, it just looks like, so I see this graph on page 15 that the majority of our equalized values come from residential.
Yes.
And is this, I'm imagining this wouldn't be typical, and this is kind of underscores our rural, our ruralness.
So you could say that, but it's actually pretty typical for surrounding counties. Residential, these are the people's homes, that are supporting the businesses,
Okay.
that are kind of incorporated in the commercial and industrial. So it's you would more likely see more residential value associated with.
So 92% is typical.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So isn't like the land mass in the agriculture is tenfold what the residential is, but this is how much that it generate. Is that what I'm looking at?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
So this would be the value, correct? It's not by acreage. Yeah.
I'm surprised commercial's as big as it is.
Yeah.
Where's it all at?
Well, if-
Pennsylvania, going along 31.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
Crystal Mountain.
And if you go so further down into Brianne's report, you'll see the miscellaneous total statistics report. And that's where you can see where the top SEVs and taxable values are. And you'll see there, it's the commercial. It's, Crystal Mountains SEV is over $10 million. Their taxable value is 7.5 million.
And I noticed that some of them are on twice. And I think Crystal Enterprises, it looks like it shows up 2 times on one of these. And I was like, is it because there's 2?
Oh, I see it on SB and I see it on tax.
Yeah, it's on, there's 2 separate sections sitting there.
But I
Yeah.
will tell you.
One's taxable value, one's SEV.
I thought I saw it in the same.
It's in taxable. I see it right there. And that can happen simply by a space with this report. So there may be a couple of spaces between Crystal Enterprises. So we may be able to change that. So it will, it'll actually drop one of those off of the report. And just how it's entered in BSNA.
I see.
Yeah. So you would have to kind of combine them then to get the taxable on that.
Yeah, I did look at it. I had to Google Crystal Enterprises, and then when I saw it, I'm like, oh, duh.
Yeah, you knew what it was. Yeah.
But
They only own 38 parcels.
I
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
I know. Boy, that made sense. No, I think you've explained, the equalization part. I think I understand this. This looks good to me.
Yeah. Thank you.
Nicely done.
Christie,
Thank you.
good questions. I appreciate your due diligence. Would you be comfortable in making the motion?
Yes, I would be comfortable making the motion. Let me go back up to the motion if I may. I move that the Board of Commissioners accepts the 2025 Benzie County Equalization Report and authorizes the chair to sign the necessary documentation for submission to the Michigan Department of Treasury State Tax Commission.
Thank you. Support, please.
Markey will support.
Thank you.
All right.
Is there anything else we need to talk about on this?
Anything at all?
Again, I invite anybody to go down and sit with Brianna if you have questions.
Yep.
Because this really takes more than just a commissioner meeting. It'll take you a couple of years to figure it out,
Yes.
if not more.
Yep.
All right, with that, we'll do roll call, please.
Janai,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you.
The next item in your packet is related to the Economic Development Services contract that the board has previously approved with Steve Arwood, SD Arwood, for strategy and planning and goal setting for the Economic Development Committee. This board was gracious to allocate $25,000 to that contracted service. That contract has started. That facilitation process has been happening. There's been a stakeholders meeting. There's been multiple EDC meetings, and there's been multiple just sessions of going back and forth with the consultant as well as other folks from the community stakeholders such as the Benzie Area Chamber of Commerce. And as part of this contract and really the direction things seem to be heading for economic development within Benzie County is that it's making sense that a public-private partnership of some sort really seems to be the best path moving forward for investing into economic development within Benzie County. The Benzie Area Chamber of Commerce has stepped up and committed funding of $10,000 to help with the remaining of the contracted amount for these services so that they're at the table and they're part of these conversations and developing a possible future between a public-private partnership for economic development. So the purpose of today is to, one, recognize that monetary contribution from the Benzie Area Chamber of Commerce and to accept that contribution. Benzie County, who holds the contract with Steve Arwood, would continue to make the payments. The chamber has committed to fund $10,000 to Benzie County for that contracted service. Both Commissioner Trigg and Janat serve on the EDC if they'd like to give more info.
Folks, this is an easy one. They're not asking for any restrictions. They're not asking for any special consideration. This is done on an invoice only.
I'll make the motion that the Board of Commissioners accepts the monetary contribution of $10,000 to the Benzie Area Chamber of Commerce to support economic development in Benzie County.
Can I get support? Or please do.
With Steve, this contract, is this only for this year or doing it?
It's a fee for service. So he has committed to a certain level of service.
Right.
And so the fee is for that service. So whether it takes 3 months or 12 months,
Okay.
he's committed to a level of service within his proposal.
Well, what I might add to that is in all likelihood, he sees his job done by June.
Yeah.
We're starting to fast track a lot of this. For instance, I'll be one of 3 people from the EDC that are sitting on a smaller group to move this initiative forward. We're our first meeting of that group that's being chaired by Norm Plumstead, the CEO at Honor Bank, is Wednesday, I think. Thursday.
Thursday.
I'm sorry, it's Thursday. So Steve really doesn't see his role much beyond June 1st, but it is a completion of a task and not based on a timeline. And I want to repeat that they're asking for no consideration, just invoice them and they'll pay for that.
Yeah, I do have a question too.
Yeah, we already had the motion, right?
Yes, we did.
Please.
I gotta get there. I apologize.
Markey?
No, we got a question still.
So Steve laid out his deliverables. And without it right in front of me, I'm sorry. There was a stakeholder meeting and then there was a larger stakeholder meeting and then there was, and Art, this is directed at you, so I can wait a second if you need a minute. I'm just wondering where we're at. Has that larger stakeholder meeting, was that the larger stakeholder meeting, the one that I attended in room 206, or was that the small stakeholder meeting?
That was the large meeting.
That was the large?
That was the initial invitation of community stakeholders to come and, brainstorm essentially.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. I
However,
wanted to know.
there will be, through this group that's being put together, the smaller working group, I think we can anticipate that we're going to continue to reach beyond even those people that were in that room that day.
Okay.
I can't tell you what that looks like, but I suspect that'll happen. Fair question. Any other questions before we accept $10,000? If not, let's have roll call, please.
Markey?
Yes.
Nye?
Yes.
Sauer?
Yes.
Trigg?
Yes.
You're not?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Katie?
All right, let me get to the next item. So the next item on the packet today is regarding remonumentation and approving an agreement with Crystal Surveying, who has been conducting the remonumentation process for forever and a day. This year, the contract is specifically $21,500. They've done a great job. They would like to renew, and the county treasurer has also supported the renewal of Crystal Surveying.
I'd entertain a motion.
I'll move that the Board of Commissioners approves an agreement with Crystal Surveying LLC for services related to Benzie County remonumentation in the not to exceed amount of $21,500 and authorizes the chair to sign such agreement subject to approval as to its form by legal counsel.
Can I get support, please?
I'll support.
Sauer supports. Questions, comments? Hearing none, roll call.
Nye,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes,
Markey,
Yes.
motion carried.
Can I ask Katie a quick question?
please.
Our past treasurer reported that we were at about high 70s% as far as remonumentation at one point. When we finally get remonumentation completed, does he just start all over again? Because these things are moving and I mean, these are points in the water. These are, right? That are,
Correct. These are all the different points.
Right.
And points. Once we get completed, we go into a maintenance phase.
okay.
So we will maintain whatever they call it maintenance services. And your money will start to reflect. Now, there's been several counties that are in that phase so far. So being we're smaller, there's still, I think some of the bigger counties are getting more of that money. But once you get into that maintenance phase, obviously the money gets smaller and he just has to maintain those corners and make sure those corners stay up to par.
And do you know percentage wise, are
I
we
think
still
we're
high
still
70s?
around about
Okay.
70. I think, what did I say? 68's last time. I think we're 70. We're doing about 9 to 12 a year. And I'm not quite, I think we still have another 200 to 300 to go
Okay.
out of 1,200, 1,300 that we had points. I'd have to look at the numbers again, but
And how
Thank you.
long has this task been underway?
a long time, years. Yeah, when you're only doing 10 or 12 a year, you have 1,200 to do.
And do we get any portion of this reimbursed?
It's all grant. It's all grant money.
And it says that you have notes from peer review.
All of the notes, yes, John would have them. Crystal Surveying would have all those notes. He keeps them in a file cabinet in his office. I have some older past year stuff, but
Okay.
I think going forward in the last 4 or 5 years, he's been keeping the peer review at his office every year. And then he keeps all the notes there.
So is he here in the county building?
He's actually downtown Beulah is where he's,
I don't
where
know.
he works. Yeah.
Don't
It's
know.
John Schmedswick. He's the county surveyor.
This
Yeah.
isn't a popular contract. It's not one that the surveyors in the county jump at, right? Is my understanding.
I believe we've only got 2 in the county at the moment. I mean, the other one's more than willing to step up when John's ready to retire,
Oh, really?
possibly.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so. That's the rumor I've heard,
Right.
but
Kavanaugh?
John inherited this from the guy he bought the business from.
Yeah.
yeah.
And his son
Yep.
is now working with John.
Yep.
So there may be a couple of people bidding on it.
Huh.
But there's an advantage to having, John's been doing it a long time, 20 years.
Yeah. He has been doing it a long, long time.
Other questions or comments? Do we have a motion on this yet?
Yeah, we already
We
voted.
already voted on it.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Sorry.
that was me.
Questions, we were pushed ahead.
So the next item in your packet is regarding a request that was submitted by Housing North, which was signed by both Yarrow Brown and Josh Mills. The Housing North has been working with Benzie County and the area region for quite some time. They've been active at the state level as well as our regional level related to housing. My understanding is Josh is serving on a board capacity at Housing North now as well, which is he's signing that letter as the board president, not as the city superintendent. They have submitted the request. I believe they emailed it to most of you in addition to it's in the packet regarding the possible support for a fee for service or some sort of contractual obligation with Housing North and Benzie County to really keep and grow the momentum of housing development within Benzie County. The request is before you. This request was not budgeted with the fiscal year that we're in because this is just now coming towards us. I don't want to say I don't support an endeavor like this. But we are in this really interesting phase right now as a county, as we're trying to really figure out what EDC means, economic development means for Benzie County. And housing development really is part of economic and community development. And so from my perspective, it would make sense for housing to really be at the table as far as the economic development goal setting and planning is. And then maybe that can really illustrate the partnership or potential partnership that could be in the future with Housing North, or maybe that partnerships with a different agency. But given where we're at right now with economic and community development, to me, it makes sense to kind of let them have that conversation over here and create a clear picture before coming back to the county. However, it is up to the Board of Commissioners if you'd like to enter into some sort of supportive, contract relationship with Housing North now, you have that ability to do that as well.
My comment, please. I looked at this and I thought, well, first of all, I don't want to do anything till the EDC recommends doing it. And the housing projects look to me like we pretty much did it ourselves. The ARPA money is what triggered this, and that's where it went. I'm not completely against this, but I don't like building their own. Josh has been on there for a while, so that can smooth through. But if the EDC wants to take that up, make a recommendation in the future, yeah, but right now I'm not going anywhere with it. So I was on the advisory board when Housing North was formed, just full disclosure. Josh has probably been on the main board for an equal amount of time. I agree with the comments about, let's kind of see where the EDC goes. It's not fair to really say Housing North has had no influence, my words, not yours, in these earlier developments, but it's been on an educational front mostly. And where housing is going to happen is change of legislation, and where does the money come from? And I, like you, would like to see recommendations. This effort with the EDC is not going to take 12 months. We're either going to form a new group or we're not. And I know it's only $5,000, but it's $5,000 we haven't budgeted.
Yeah.
And we need to be disciplined to these kinds of things. So as much as I want to support Housing North in some fashion, I want to support housing. I'd rather take the $5,000 and apply it towards something that's being built than I would towards funding a conversation. That's fair to say.
And I would only add to your observation that infrastructure is going to be key to housing expansion. And that's another thing that the EDC and whatever hybrid entity is formed or could be formed or might be formed will be guiding. So I don't feel like now is the time to be supporting this.
I think Housing North has been involved in all the conferences that we've had in Traverse City over the years. And I want to sound too negative, haven't seen a whole lot of improvement, and seem to be in the same boat that we were 10 years ago when I started. Short of housing, we're short of this, we're short of, I don't see progress being made short of the local, the project at Crystal Mountain, the project Frankfurt, the project in Honor. To me, I don't know that Housing North had a whole lot to do with any of those.
Well, but I will argue that some of the project money for the developments in Frankfurt wouldn't have been eligible for those projects without the legislative work of Housing North and Lansing to change statute to allow for those funding sources to be opened up to those housing developments. Because Housing North has been the advocate for the most part in Lansing, with others of course, but for the northern level, Housing North has really been that group. And without their work in Lansing and the Right Place and those in Grand Rapids, legislation wouldn't have been changed, which wouldn't have allowed for funding sources for certain developments that are happening within our region.
And the growth that has happened has, for the most part, I mean, high percentage wise has been several entities joining together to make it happen. I mean, I think about all the developments that you named, and that was not just one standalone, that was collaboration and cooperation of several entities on each project.
And the Frankfurt Group would tell you that this Housing North has been a valuable asset to them. So I don't want to take that away either, but when I talk about non-budgeted items, here's what I struggle with. You know, we're short in fully staffing our jail. So if I'm sitting there at the sheriff's office, I know it's only $5,000, but you know, what is the higher priority? Are there other higher priorities? Where would this money even come from?
Right.
So I don't want to send the message that we don't think that they bring anything to the table. I'd like to see this request brought to us at a budget period and for consideration for the next budget year, not this budget year, because we have things that we haven't even been able to fund.
Well, and I think it would be appropriate for the request to come along with the EDC and whatever request that they have, perhaps.
I would love. Me is. Cause it's really holding me up.
Tim, you've not said anything on this. Do you have an opinion?
I sounds like we're gonna let this be actionless today.
But do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I do. Let the EDC get involved with this a little bit.
Christie?
Yeah, I mean, Housing North fits right in with our goals and our strategies. I mean, absolutely. But you know, I know things aren't budgeted. We talked about EDC and you know, putting money up for that too, and we just don't have that budgeted. And so I understand that process there. But yes, and the EDC has talked about how housing is in their house and they want to focus on that as well. And so, yeah, we're going to have to, come budget time, think about where we're going to put this stuff.
Quite frankly, the biggest gift we could give to housing development in Benzie County is infrastructure. Let's get them water and sewer, and man, that begins to change the picture completely. Gary, you want any additional comments?
Just don't bring it out to my.
That's good. It'll save us some money.
Yeah.
It's just gonna die from lack of motion. All right, let's move on.
I'd like to hold off on it.
If we could, the message I'd like to send back, if the group agrees, is that we invite them to approach us for our next budget year.
Yes, with the EDC.
Right.
Great. So the next item in the packet is a resolution to adopt the appointment of Lisa Kenner as the magistrate for the district. The resolution that's in your packet today is very similar to the resolution which has been adopted by Manistee County because we are a shared circuit that had to go to Manistee County as well, district, and she's also a Manistee County resident technically. But by taking action today, you will be the final seal of approval to appoint Lisa Kenner as the magistrate for Benzie County.
Judge Mead, thanks for being here today. Would you like to add some comments?
Yeah, let me give you the background on this. Statutorily, in the type of district we're in, it has to be a resident of either Benzie or Manistee County. If, like Ms. Kenner lives literally in Rick Schmidt's district in Manistee County and goes to her mailbox in Evan Worsecki's district in Benzie. So I had to go to the Manistee County Board to get approval to appoint her. Coming to this board to get approval to assign her. Judge Thompson's chomping at the bit to get the local administrative order sent out to the state court administrator's office, who will then take action on that and then hopefully send us the training materials. So it's just part of the statutory scheme. To me, it's just way too much bureaucracy, and it slows things down, but it is what it is.
So I appreciate your patience in allowing us to get to this part of the agenda. And if I remember right, we've already approved the funding for the compensation.
Correct.
Other questions, comments, or would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion that the Board of Commissioners adopt the resolution 2025-11,
11.
approving the appointment of Lisa Kenner as magistrate of the 85th District Court assigned to Benzie County.
Support,
Mark will support.
roll call, please.
Sauer,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Brunette,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
motion carried.
And Commissioners Jeanette and Sauer, Jeff Dant sends his regards.
Always glad to hear from him.
Be seeing him here in a couple of days.
All right, next item.
The next item on your packet is regarding the Regional Materials Management Planning Committee. The Regional Materials Management Planning Committee has been formed, as you know, with Benzie, Leelanau, and Grand Traverse County. That committee is formed of various individuals from all three counties, including Commissioner Trigg, Mary Pitcher, Corey Brown, various other folks from Benzie County are on that committee. It's kind of fun to go to those committee meetings because Benzie really does have the greatest impact on that committee. But as it goes with the process that has been called by Eagle for regional materials management and this plan rewrite, which has been talked about for many years, even when Jesse Zalstar was here, Eagle has spelled out a very regulated schedule and what we can do and when we can do it and what's eligible for funding and, you know, all these things. So when we created the region and it entered into an agreement, we designated Grand Traverse County to be our DPA, our designated planning agency on behalf of the region, which was required by this Eagle regulation and statute. So Grand Traverse County, by means of paper, is the speaker for us, for the region. So with the Eagle timelines that are laid out, they're pretty tight. And to obtain individual approval from the various local governing bodies really doesn't allow us to fit within those timelines. And so what the regional committee is asked is that Benzie and Leelanau offer support to the regional planning committee to make formal recommendations for the publishing of the RFP for a consultant and the award of the contract to a person or agency to Grand Traverse County, who would then make the ultimate approval and enter into the contract. Grand Traverse County would enter into the contract as the DPA, which does make sense. We've kind of set that in motion. What I'm asking for you today is to give the regional committee the approval to move forward and make those recommendations without coming back to Benzie and Leelanau to get an okay on the recommendation before it goes to Grand Traverse County. This would just go from the committee to then Grand Traverse County.
Before we open it up to discussion, I'd entertain a motion.
Trigg moves that the Board of Commissioners authorizes the Regional Materials Management Planning Committee to draft, publish, and receive proposals from consultants to guide the materials management planning process and to make a recommendation to the Grand Traverse County as the designated planning agency for consultant selection for the redraft of the Regional Materials Management Plan, with the consultant to be compensated by funding through Eagle's Materials Management Planning Grant, and authorizes the chair to sign necessary documentations related to this action.
Beautiful.
I seconds.
Would you like to have any discussion on this?
Yeah, I was concerned about the reimbursement from Eagle. What happens?
What do you mean?
Who's gonna submit for the reimbursement? Grand Traverse County?
So no, the Eagle is requiring that every county submit reimbursement for its individual expenditures. So even though, so we had thought originally when we put together the region and designated them the DPA, that then they could handle a lot of that administrative burden. But Eagle then backtracked and said, nope, every county has to submit their own request for reimbursement. And so I will still be working with Dave Schaefer to submit on Benzie County's behalf. Leelanau will submit on their own behalf. Grand Traverse will submit on their own behalf. But it all goes back to one grand plan that the regional committee is working to put together to get approval by Eagle. So there's this initial like work plan that Eagle has to say, yep, looks good. and then comes back to the region, and then the region has to operate under that work plan going forward. And so we will still be responsible for our own reimbursement. I will say that part of the work plan includes funding to help pay for Dave's service to Benzie County. So as you know, Dave is contracted for Benzie County for recycling management, materials management, and a portion of his monthly cost to us, we are able to receive reimbursement through the Eagle grant because he is working on this. Dave really, while he's not that with Grand Traverse County and the DPA, he really is facilitating this because the individual at Grand Traverse County is pretty new in her role. And so Dave is working pretty closely with Lydia, who's at Grand Traverse County, to see this through.
Guess my biggest concern is whether Eagle follows through or not. Payment, because they keep changing the rules that
Again, at the grant webinar, they talked about how the best way is to do quarterly reimbursements. And so they want to report basically seeing, that, yep, we're working towards something. And then they will give those quarterly. One other thing they talked about is this year is funded, but they don't know about next year.
Yeah, that's the big issue.
So
your guys are comfortable.
we're gonna go forward with what we've got.
Yeah, we're as comfortable as we can be.
Yes.
Especially with the RFP.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
Other questions or comments?
That will be funded with this year's money.
Yeah, so the idea is to fund the consultant with this year's money to do that heavy lift at the beginning.
If the discussion's closed, we'll do roll call, please.
Greg,
Yes.
you're not,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
motion carried.
It's been a long day so far.
Hey, we're almost done.
Well, actually, we're probably 30 minutes or more away.
That's almost.
Yeah, so what I'm asking is, would anybody like to take a 5-minute break?
Yes, please.
Let's do it. Let's start back at 11:20, please. 1:20. let's bring it back into session at 1:20.
The next,
Next agenda item.
the next item on your agenda is the campus cleaning services. We currently contract and have contracted for quite some time, pre-me, the services of cleaning our campus. So that's this building, as well as the administrative offices within the sheriff's office. We went out for RFP for cleaning services, and we were successful in receiving quite a few RFPs. We were all very impressed by that. As well as we looked for a potential staff person to work part-time as a custodian. The Buildings and Grounds Subcommittee, as well as various staff, met multiple times to talk about this whole venture of cleaning for our campus and what does that look like. And at their last meeting, ultimately, they made the decision to move forward to accept the proposal from Rachel Gulish, Superior Image Cleaning Services, on a month-to-month basis for a period of 6 months, with the opportunity to then extend it for up to 3 years. The idea was to, try it before you buy it a little bit versus just committing to 3 years. The current cleaning services, as a whole, there was no interest in extending their services. Technically, the contract that's in place does expire September 30th. There is a 45-day opt-out clause, and the Buildings and Grounds Subcommittee would like to see moving forward with a new cleaning company sooner than later. So upon approval today, I will then officially notify the current service provider of the termination of the contract.
So Buildings and Grounds has already vetted this.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion that the Board of Commissioners accepts a proposal and authorizes an agreement with Superior Image Cleaning Services LLC for cleaning services of the campus in not to exceed amount of $6,044.54 per month for a period of 6 months. The option to extend for up to 3 years upon approval by the Buildings and Grounds Subcommittee. Such agreement subject to its form by legal counsel and authorizes the chair to sign.
Can I get support?
I will support.
Thank you. And again, who's on that Buildings and Grounds from the commissioners? Gary? Is you?
It's like
Anything
classroom.
either any of you want to add to this?
Everybody at the.
I'd like to add that I was very, very surprised and glad that we got so many responses.
I was surprised too. Usually we don't get any response to
And we had,
RFPs
what,
anymore.
8 responses?
9.
9. I mean, that was fantastic.
Yeah, and there are very concrete reasons why this action is being taken, which we don't need to go into here. But the other bonus with this service that was selected was they provide their own cleaning products. So they are a little bit less than our current provider, as well as we won't have to purchase the supplies. And they had great recommendations as well. So.
Well, on my behalf, I want to thank you guys for participating in that committee. You're a pretty active committee. And it really streamlines the process when we come here. And it's, for me, it limits any questions I have to have because I got great confidence in the three of you. If there's no other comments, we'll do roll call, please.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
motion carried.
Back to you, Cody.
The next item in your agenda is individual approval for administration to hear a grievance that has been received from the Police Officers Association of Michigan Corrections Unit. We typically individually approve this action. This is very standard since before my time here in Benzie County that administration is handling these step 3 grievances. So that's what's in front of you today.
Make the motion that the Board of Commissioners designates county administrator to act on its behalf to hear and respond to a step 3 grievance for the Police Officers Association of Michigan Corrections Unit involving Corrections Deputy Gregory Johnson's grievance number 25-68.
Can we get support?
Trigger will support.
Thank you. Comments or questions? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
motion carried.
Katie?
The next action item on the agenda is regarding the annual 911 surcharge. So every so many years, the voters of Benzie County approve the surcharge for 911 operations. And then annually, the Board of Commissioners has to approve the device surcharge that they're going to charge for that given year. And so each year about April, the Board of Commissioners sees the request from Central Dispatch. This year's request is the same as it's been for multiple years, is to maintain the $3 per device surcharge for Central Dispatch operations.
Sorry, Katie, why do we have to then say, yep, go ahead with the millage?
Corey can explain that better than me.
Sorry.
It's not technically a millage, it's a surcharge.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is what this encompasses really is a report or a filing to the state. And so the community itself back in August voted to approve, and it's in the packet here. The extension of is what I would call it, of the $3 surcharge, the renewal of it for additional years. The way the filings work with the state and the different timelines is, if you've read through that, you'll see that they don't line up. It's a bit of a mess. So really right now we have 2 of them. But there's no double charging of anything. It's just $3. It's just how the timelines fall. And so what this is saying is that this board wants to, yes, collect that, and we're going to file that with the state in our annual report to the state. So that's what the purpose of this is.
Corey, explain where the money, who collects the money, how you get it.
Sure. So there's 2 different pieces. So in my letter there, I kind of broke that down. There's 2 different elements of the surcharge. There's the state surcharge. The state collects that. The state then distributes that based on per capita for a certain percentage, and then an equal distribution, a certain percentage. Then above and beyond that, there's the local surcharge, which is the $3 that we're talking about. That is collected by the independent telephone providers, the phone companies. They then submit that either on a monthly or a quarterly. They can't go any longer than a quarterly. They submit payment to the county, and that's how we collect on that. Essentially, it's an honor system, or they have to be truthful, etc. We've had a lot of conversation, even at this level with this board. There's no way to audit it. There's no mechanism. It doesn't exist. The state's aware. The state's trying to do what it can. We just, whatever they submit, we have to assume is truthful. We have no way of proving how many phone lines they have, unfortunately.
I would like to point out that the $3 surcharge, like during the winter months when your normal residents are here, is fantastic. But during the summer months, when you have all the vacationers coming here with their asking for 911 services, they don't pay into our 911 service. So, I mean, the $3 surcharge, quite frankly, I don't think is sufficient. We probably will be needing to look at some other funding mechanisms in the future.
Yeah, I would add a comment that the very near future, like sooner than later.
Corey, what's your fund balance right now?
So as of February 25th was $481,000 or $481,274.99.
Okay, and at year end, fiscal year end, do you remember what it was?
I do not. So this report again goes back to that timeline comment. The state wants it reported on calendar year. So when I pull the figures for this, I pull for calendar year. I don't have that right in front of me.
As of the last audit, it was 533,000.
Because where I'm going with this is, how long can we sustain it? And you're telling us a couple of years.
I doubt it would even go that long if we want to maintain our healthy fund balance, that 20.
And I would even argue that it's probably worse if he's able to be fully staffed.
Correct. So
Right.
one of the things that I would point out was, and so when this, in this calendar year for this report, we spent over $100,000 in excess of what we collected for revenue. And that's just in 1 year.
Because the surplus can be deceiving. When you say I've got $400,000 surplus, what's really important.
He didn't say
is-
surplus, he said balance.
Well, I asked him what the surplus was.
The
Oh,
fund
sorry.
balance
Fund
is
balance,
481,000. It was over 500. It was 533 as of the last audit.
So you've had to subsidize this year's operation.
We've had to do it for several years.
Yeah,
yes.
for several years. Because there was a time when you actually ran a pretty healthy fund balance. In fact, not sure that you didn't help contribute to some things at the sheriff's office.
Yeah, I think, and we've talked about that in the past too. I'm not sure. It would depend on how far back you go. Like I said, we've had those conversations where I'm not entirely comfortable with saying that those were accurate. The amount of money that was coming in was not able to actually be found that we collected it. So, and that was something that, Becky prior to me was also finding that as well. So I think where we're going now for the past 3 years has been accurate as best we can.
I can only tell you in my first year, I sat down with Ron, and we talked through it, and they seemed to be okay, but he was concerned.
Yeah.
And so in literally 8 years, we flip-flopped this whole thing.
Yeah.
And I get it. I understand it. Other questions or comments? I'm sorry, have we had a motion on this yet?
I'll make the motion. The Board of Commissioners approves maintaining a $3 per device surcharge for central dispatch operations from July 2025 to June 2026, and authorizes the clerk and central dispatch director to sign the necessary documentation for submission to the state of Michigan.
Craig will second.
Additional comments or questions?
I guess I'm still not clear. So it's not a village or
Nope.
Village. The voters, with the voters and sorry, the voters voted on something. Is that what you're saying? But then we have to then say, yep, go ahead and collect that.
Correct.
You're reaffirming.
We decide how much to levy.
Okay.
Other entities don't levy the full $3. We do.
Okay.
We always have some
Well, we need
for
to.
$2.50, some $2.75, but we're at $3 because
We need to.
That's the maximum.
And there's some communities that actually have a special millage. And they just don't use the collections of the $3. I think Manistee has a 911. This kind of thing is just further evidence that we do need to revisit what we're collecting for operating expenses at the county. We have this and other issues that are going to be a shortfall that we anticipated would be. Other comments or questions? Can you do roll call on this?
Nye,
yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
motion carried.
80 committee appointments, please.
In your packet, you will see a letter from Judge
Thank you,
Thompson
Thank you.
regarding his appointment for the jury board. And what we need from you today is to confirm Judge Thompson's recommendation of Rick Druyer to be reappointed to a 6-year term to the jury board.
But there
I'll
were
make
3
it.
candidates. Is that right?
Rick's on there currently.
It's a
The
3
question
board
was
member.
the three candidates.
It's
member
3 board.
Okay, I
Yeah.
read that wrong. I thought there were 3
It
candidates.
was 3 candidates. Those letters went to the judge. Then
Okay.
he determines.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
So we're just saying, yep, we'll take your recommendation. That's
Yep.
what we're doing.
Yep.
Mhm.
It's not uncommon.
Okay.
Judge
Yeah,
carries a
I thought-
lot of weight
Thought the
on this
same thing.
particular subject.
And statutorily, he's the one that would choose for us.
Once again, I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Can we get support, please?
I'll support it. I second. Craig,
All right.
And roll call.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, roll call.
Sauer,
Yes.
Craig,
yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
motion carried.
For those that want to educate themselves more on these kind of processes where there's a lot of statutory requirements that are in place, I encourage you to sit down with their administrator and sort that out. Commissioner reports. I'd like to start with Commissioner Nye today. Having no report, I'd like to move.
It's only a page and a half.
You
Okay.
take your time.
All right. I attended building and grounds, the cleaning services we touched on. We had an EMS ALS Station 3 improvements conversation, and there was action taken to reaffirm the decision we made at the prior meeting to move forward. We reviewed proposals for maintenance department equipment in preparation for future discussions. I attended the Central Wellness Executive Committee meeting. Fiscal year 26 budget and potential Medicaid reductions were discussed. Community mental health funding graphics were provided from years 1995, 2002, 11, and 25, and showed a clear shift from a semi-simple flow in our community mental health funding to a chaotic web of funding streams, which the executive director is bringing to decision makers' attention because changes need to be made.
We had a court security meeting. Our bailiffs were there. Deputy Hawkins gave a great report about how the building is doing. And if you want to be well-loved, you should become a bailiff. He's very cognizant of the fact that people are here on a very bad day. Sometimes they're here on one of the worst days of their life, and he's very sensitive to that fact. And he just gave a really great report about the basis from which he does his job. We reviewed the presentation that Under Sheriff Hubers presented, and current security status update was given by Rebecca Hubers. Security court guidelines issued by the Michigan State Court, I believe in 2002, have been complied with. So we're on point there. Village of Benzonia, the Planning Commission's annual report was given. Michelle O'Kelly was appointed as the new treasurer. Tony Flynn, who was the prior treasurer, was appointed as deputy treasurer. They approved a Karu cyber contract at the village level, and 2 applications for the $25,000 Match on Main reimbursement grant were received. The Village of Beulah, Benzie Bus gave their impact report. East Shore Market gave notice they will be requesting special use approval for 2 apartments on the upper level. The sewer improvement update was given. The RD grant that was the application that was given has not closed, and no permits have been issued for the project to date. They are continuing to comply with the ACO requirements. The village is considering a site on Spring Valley Road to move their recycling bins and to add bins for commercial use at a fee to the commercial users. Benzonia Township had 11 petitions for Board of Review, which is a record. Township Road improvement for 2025 was discussed. Spring cleanup on May 10th. Central Wellness, the NMRE report was they approved a per member per month model for all 5 CMHs in our regions. Overruns would jeopardize their access to their internal funds, and they could only get ISF funds in proportion to their budget. And that was amazing that that passed, because there are certain entities in that 5-member group who consistently overrun and require funding where others don't. There were lengthy conversations regarding anticipated Medicaid cuts. The hope is that the cuts impact programs accessible to even the most wealthy, not to the recipients who have true need, as programs were intended. It was decided that it is the best practice an RFP will be created for attorney representation. And John Roth responded to the executive director regarding Benzie being considered urban and said that he will be addressing that. There was a Benzonia Township special meeting. There was a budget hearing, salary increases and supporting metrics were discussed. There was a new building update. There has been a $93,000 change order, but they are under budget in other areas. Discussed the need for additional bids on the new furniture, and the move-in date is the end of May, early June. It was shared in that open meeting that there has been a verbal cash offer on the current building. The building has not officially been listed for sale. And then I attended by Zoom the MAC Health and Human Services Committee meeting. There was a presentation by the National Stewardship Action Council. Their focus is on, their goal is within 10 years that all products have an end of life plan. They're all about product stewardship. It might be a nice partnership with our materials management folks. Specific things they talk about were plastics, flushable wipes, marine flares, and electric car batteries. And then this council also provides templates for legislation and ordinances to get protective actions and measure. And just a sidebar on the flushable wipes, because we haven't gone long enough today, is there was a UP commissioner who said he had guests for 2 weeks, unbeknownst to him, using those flushable wipes, and ended up having to put in a whole new septic system for $10,000. They're not flushable.
That's terrible.
So
They're not guessed anywhere either.
right. I also attended the EDC meeting. I plan to attend the next one. And I also attended the Water Smart Land Use Committee meeting, although I am not officially required to do that anymore. That's all I have.
Good report. Any questions for Rhonda? Appreciate the thoroughness. Tim?
Homestead Township had a special budget meeting. Just went over the budget, so it was all ready to go for the next meeting, so they can approve it. The NMRE Substance Use Disorder Oversight Committee meeting. There was one grant request that included Benzie County. It was a regional grant request, from Harm Reduction of Michigan. It was for supplies, like, a needle exchange, wound care kind of thing. And, Benzie County's portion was for a little over $11,000. Put in that perspective, that is like 17% of our normal annual that we collect from the liquor tax funds. I asked at that time for Benzie County to be excluded from that grant request because they really didn't give us any time to review their grant request prior to the meeting. And they're supposed to do that according to new rules that we have for the grant request coming in, to give me time to go ahead and research what it is they're doing. You know, because I asked them a question like, who in Benzie County have they worked with and talked with? And I didn't really get a good answer from them. Since that time, I did talk to quite a few people within Benzie County, Central Wellness, Catholic Human Services, the Health Department. And I get that a lot of those organizations work with Harm Reduction of Michigan. I wasn't sure that the grant request was really going to benefit Benzie County. I talked to the Central Wellness Network board representative that is on the NMRE board, rather in depth about this. And I said, if they can answer questions like exactly how will Benzie County benefit from this grant request, and then can they report on it for the supplies? Like if you're doing needle exchange, where and how in Benzie County are you doing it? Where, you know? And at the full NMRE board, they did ask all those questions. And ultimately they did approve that grant request to include Benzie County as well. Although I'm not sure I'm fully satisfied with the answers that I got yet. Did the buildings and grounds, Ron did cover that rather well. Dispatch Advisory Board, business as usual. LEPC and LPT meetings, Paul Oliver Memorial Hospital is putting on an active assailant drill coming up. And we did approve the off-site response plans for the Platte River State Fish Hatchery and the AT&T Beulah site. Networks Northwest Michigan Council of Government Board meeting. We elected new officials, and I got to be the vice chair now. Yay! And treasurer. We did a roundtable events. We did, and I kind of mentioned this earlier. Pardon?
A little short of people or what?
I think I was the last one to show up, and they said, "Yep, him."
He give you two of them.
Yeah. Yes. Well, it's a combined position.
Oh, okay.
During the roundtable, with the Council of Governments, we talked a lot about the opioid settlement funds, and most of the counties around us are now just starting or are in process with an RFP process like we've already done. So we are a bit ahead of the game on this. A lot of them still have a lot of money that they're just sitting on. Then we did the Networks Northwest full board meeting. And time of year they elected the new officials for that, and I get to be on the finance committee for that one. That was only because of my vice chair position on the Council of Government.
Was it because you were late again?
Pardon?
Who's leading into it?
No, I was actually there early, to be honest with you. Yeah, we reviewed the financial reports and went through an update on where we're at with regards to the strategic plan. Did the MAC Judiciary Public Safety Committee, and I did accounts payable.
Yes. Questions? Yeah, harm reduction. Why aren't they chasing after opioid funding for sharps and disposal? And I mean, there's a need for it in our community, right? How do we get them to the table? That's an easily fundable objective there in my mind.
I have no answer for you on that, Rhonda. Sorry.
That NMRME or whatever you call it.
No, this is
NMRE?
in Traverse City. Harm reduction is, aren't they in?
Well, they're all over the state.
Pardon? Well,
Well-
the closest office to us, I believe, is in Traverse City, correct, Rebecca?
They have
I'm
an
looking
office
at-
down in Manistee too.
Yeah.
They didn't take the bait. Look too quick.
Well, yeah, I talked to our emergency manager about harm reduction in Michigan too. And our undersheriff.
They have 2 locations in Traverse City.
My big concern was and that's part of the requirements for them to get this, I believe, is for them to come back and report to us how the money is being spent in each individual county, which would then also include Benzie County. So I can't, we're buying supplies is what the grant request was for. I'm like, for what? So you can deliver it up to Grand Traverse County or Kalkaska County?
Seem to be the bottom end of what they decide they want to help. A lot of these combined projects.
That was a big reason why. And interestingly, at the subcommittee, I was the only one asking these kind of questions. But then as soon as I started asking these questions, some other committee members started saying, well, yeah, I'd like to have that information too.
Other questions or comments for Tim in his report? Tim, the only thing that I'd mention on the opioid dollars is I sit on a 31 county group, and a lot of them are also behind. It's counties everywhere from Grand Rapids forward or north of Grand Rapids. Surprises me. We took the position that that money needs to get out and get working. I'm glad we did. Gary? Go through my list. If you have nothing, we'll move on.
Okay, we'll keep going. A lot of townships. I did set in on a discussion with Katie on the River Road boat launch over here. The Friends. That's,
Where was that one?
says 3-7, so.
Don't
You
interrupt.
still here? You're gone. Anyway, it was where they built a pole barn for the Joy to Ride vehicles, and they wanted to pave part of it, and we ran into a conflict with the DNR because that's a fisheries place and blah, 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 not a trail place. We'd be happy if you paved the whole thing. So I'm not sure where this is gonna. You don't remember that?
I do now.
Village of Thompsonville, we're still, like everybody else, budgets and their water bills. I did go to, MSU did an OMA thing over in Frankfurt. I went. Very disappointed in it. Look forward to when we have it here with our attorneys. I think a lot of things that could be addressed. But because it was MSU, they're not gonna stick back out far with this, so. I just want some straight answers, that's all I want, so we'll see where that goes. They set in on the Mac Ag and Tourism thing, cause I think Christie was at their usual party there on Fridays. And,
Yeah.
there was a Michigan Green, whatever it is, community they discussed, and I think it was not completely sure because there wasn't a whole lot of counties involved in that. And they said it had something to do with PA 115. Best I can tell you. One of the things that got brought up that really brought up the hackles was there was a auction, a farm auction in Hart. I believe originally there was 1,200 acres and then they were down to 9. The guy was doing asparagus, there's farm equipment, all things, and the land. They've heard 2 different numbers, but consumers bought 700 to 800 acres of it. And I'm sure it's all for solar panels.
Oh, it is.
What a shame to lose that kind of property, that magnitude. I mean, it was a well-run farm. I don't know if the guy was just tired of doing it or what. That's a huge farm, 1,200 acres in this state. And then because it's already cleared, great place to put solar panels. They don't grow too well, but see how that goes. But that was one of the things that a lot of the commissioners that were on that meeting were very skeptical of what's going on and concerned. So, plus the price that consumers paid for the property, it kind of limits a lot of us folks from buying property anymore. Also did the court security, trying to cover that. The health department, concerned about measles outbreaks again, and they're talking about setting up vaccination clinics at the schools. And the last thing about that was the water damage that we had from the ice dam that was right over the stairway. The stairway's closed off. We're waiting for insurance. It took out part of the dental clinic and made a mess in there too. So they're hoping the same construction crew that's working downstairs will be able to do them both. Dan was a little quicker. I put down July 1 as a finish date, but he said June 1. So they're coming along. They got it all petitioned off, and I think they're making good headway. More concerned about the stairway. Thing you want to ask? Good. Folks? Yeah, I think, by the way, Dan's comment was his concern about the funding piece, and that's why he's pushing for June 1. And you said that was OMA training you went to in Frankfurt? Yes. Christie?
Sure. So we more or less touched on the EDC, I believe, so I won't touch on that. Lake Township, they brought up the CPR, the CERT training. They brought it up, and both Crystal Lake Township brought it up as something they were highlighting. They said it was pretty great training. And it sounds like there's another one. Let's see. Yeah, they basically set salaries for the year. They're hiring a person to clean the hall. They have a new vendor for their cleanup days. They're gonna try out. Let's see, materials management, we kind of talked about that. We went forward with our RFP. We made some changes to what they talked about. We wanted August 2026 as a strategic deadline for the strategic plan. We wanted to expand feedback wording to be more two-way instead of one-way. We wanted to change the alternative scope, additional scope. Because what this alternative scope was actually an additional item so that the contractor could then go out and talk to, say, us when he was done. So he or she or they. And then we also said the cost was not to exceed the 200,000 that we allocated for that in our RFP, not our RFP, in our plan. So the next two meetings, we're going to be brainstorming for policy goals and objectives with a facilitator. Both Mary Pitcher and I won't be there on April 11th. Let's see. The Frankfurt City Council. So they ended up voting on the beach bathroom. It is going to be up near, not SAC, it's the other one. Is it Miami? Anyway, it's up near one of the streets, and it's going to be near somebody's home. And they said they're going to put up a privacy fence. They're going to do the best they can, and then maybe turn the lights off at night so that they don't attract a lot of people in the evenings. Yeah. So
No lights on in the bathroom at night.
yeah, so
That's gonna be safe and secure.
I don't know. Maybe they'll dim them. I don't know.
Well, they'll probably lock it up.
Yeah, so they're gonna, yeah, Miami Street. Construction will likely begin Labor Day, and a sign will be placed on the beach informing the public where that site will be. They also passed a DDA social district. So they've got so you can go to specific businesses, grab a beverage and go outside and walk in a designated area in Frankfurt. So they have passed that.
An alcoholic beverage.
And yes, an adult beverage. Let's see. I guess that those are the big things there. Let's see, Crystal Lake Township, they're trying to implement an short-term rental ordinance. Vacation Rentals was there and they said they'd be basically in violation of 99% of their rentals if the short-term rental policy went forward as is. They said that they will work with them. So again, they implemented the short-term rental policy and they are going to work with Vacation Rentals because it sounds like there may be some workarounds that can happen where they actually comply.
What group is that?
Vacation Rentals.
I know that, but who's the municipality?
Oh, Crystal Lake Township.
Oh, okay.
Crystal Lake Township, yes.
I didn't know that was in Crystal.
Well, apparently they have a whole bunch of rentals in Crystal Lake Township, maybe. The tower that is not our tower continues to be something that folks are asking about. Yeah, they're also looking at doing something about blight. They're going to send out a letter in May. They also did salaries. So they said something specific because if you've been following their tower business, they're looking at telling their planning and zoning commission to remove section 3.2H, which the attorney suggested got Crystal Lake Township into the tower situation in the first place. They're going to ask their zoning and planning committee to look at the airport overlay master plan and a second alternative to the ZPA. Yep, so they talked about the CERT training coming up May 3rd and 4th. The health department, Gary, you did a great job. One other thing we discussed was nitrates in drinking water. And they talked about remediation either being filtering your water, an RO system, or just drilling a new well. But anyway, they talked about school health services. They're doing hearing and vision screening in schools. They're supporting health needs in schools with the nurse and the community health worker. They're supporting school wellness programs with a mental health provider, and they completed site visits for all their schools. The SW, I can't remember what the SWP was. The SWP was. Anyway, it's some sort of auditing of the wellness program, school wellness program. And everybody got 95% except Frankfurt, they got 100%.
Yeah.
So that was that. Probably more than I need.
It was a good meeting. It only lasted 45 minutes. What are you trying to say? I don't know. Any questions or comments? Christie, the only thing that I want to share with you is that I have stayed in touch with the mayor in Frankfurt.
Yes.
Talking to her about what we're doing at the EDC level. Because at some point in time, that group's going to be dragged into the communication,
Okay.
right? Just wanted to let you know. Anything else that you'd like to add? All right, I'm just going to hit some highlights, folks. The Northern Michigan Counties Association, by virtue of being remote, I got voted in as vice president. I think they put me on mute and I couldn't respond. The next thing I know, I'm vice president, and that's a result of Richard Schmidt had to step down. Gary, I know you know Richard well. And they elevated the current vice president. The Benzie County Chamber, depending on where this goes with the partnership, is willing to commit $40,000 a year, 3 to 5 years out, depending on what the county is willing to do. Discussion for another day. I want to remind you, and someone touched on it already, We are gonna schedule a special meeting with probably Matt Norford on OMA and FOIA. Could very well be this month. We're not quite sure. And Rhonda and I are going to meet with representatives from MMRMA. The reason why the two of us are going to do that is we need to avoid a quorum. But this board has expressed several questions along the way in the last couple of months, and we want to talk directly with them about that and the relationship. Remind you that the relationship goes back a very long way. Rebecca, I got a question for you. You sent out an email, emergency response and debris management planning. Do you know what communities have not responded yet to you?
That was only, I just sent that email out prior to sending it to you.
Oh, okay.
So I have a little bit of time. Elmira, Colfax, Village of Lake Ann, City of Frankfurt have all already responded to me.
Okay.
Blaine, so,
But you just made that request to them recently.
yeah, I sent it to them and then I sent you a CC or a copy of that, my email, just to let you know when you're going to your meetings, if they ask you that I had reached out to them. Another kind of a process in the planning steps. You know how long the hazard mitigation one took, so I wanted you to be aware that I had started it. Maybe that's why
I
there's a
believe you got a
warning.
response from Blaine
I
already.
did. Fantastic.
So keep us advised of that. So
I will.
we're 6 months out on it.
I will. There was a little one in front of mine to see how many emails I actually send before I get all the responses, but I did get a good outreach, so. Sometimes it has to do with their emails, and so that's why I wanted to make sure you were all aware that I'm trying. I might have the wrong email if they think they don't have some. I'll send it again.
Terrific. Thank you for being here, by the way. And Katie, you shared with the group that acknowledgement from Victoria's Floral. Was that actually from Victoria?
It was, well, it said Victoria's Floral, but they delivered it yesterday to the staff of the government center, just saying thanks and that they appreciate us. It was very unexpected. It was like Stephanie walked in with flowers, and I mean, I just selfishly assumed they were from my husband, and she's like,
government?
no, these are from Victoria. And I was like, oh, so it was awesome.
That because of the government employee appreciation stuff?
I have no idea. It just said, we appreciate everyone in the government center. Thanks for all you do, Victoria's Floral.
I believe there's, so that not only was it their product, but they're also the ones that sent it to us.
Yes.
Tim, to your question, your comment, there's a very small group out there that's been in contact with myself and now Katie, that's wanting to do something at the county level to acknowledge county employees. We did explain to them that we can't spend county dollars to do this. They knew that, and they're gonna work with Katie and she'll keep us advised as how that progresses. So that's probably what prompted it. Wouldn't be surprised if they're part of that. And the last piece I have is, well, no, actually two. We can expect that Bob will be back at the next meeting. We're looking forward to that. And Evan contacted myself and Rhonda in the last probably 12 hours and let us know that he wanted it to be announced that he is leaving the Board of Commissioners, that he'll officially document it at the next meeting. He did not provide us with an effective date because there's certain things that he has to work out. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, when's the next EDC meeting? I thought I heard you say Thursday and I have it down for tomorrow.
Yeah, actually, the one tomorrow is a special meeting. It's been canceled. So the next one's gonna be, I think, the third Friday of this month.
Okay.
The special meeting for that other meeting is with this smaller group, combining of the chamber and the three members of the BOC,
Third Friday at 9 o'clock, right?
third Friday, 9 o'clock. Very good. Katie, I say this with all sincerity. Take all the time you need to,
Got a whole page for you.
good deal.
Love it.
So for the educational session regarding OMA and FOIA and closed sessions and such, Matt and I have nailed down 2 dates. And so April 24th and May 1st, I'm hoping to get all of your schedules so we can pick a time for one of those dates. Maybe we can do it right now, but April 24th or May 1st are the days that work for Matt to be here.
Before we move on, do you all have your calendars with you?
Yes.
Morning would work, afternoon wouldn't on the 24th.
Okay, I let them know mornings were probably better, but nothing before 9. It's uncivilized.
So AM 24 starting like at 9.
The 24th, or is May 1st better?
Well, I'm asking if we threw out the date of May 24th.
April
starting at-
24th.
Huh?
April
That's what
24th.
I said, April 24th.
No, you
I
didn't.
know I did.
Rewind the
How does
tape.
that look for your
Rewind the
calendar?
tape.
When you say morning, how long are we talking?
I don't know if we can tap a timeline on it, but I'm guessing a couple hours at the most.
I have things in the afternoon, that's what I'm getting.
Oh,
We'll limit it to 2 hours.
there we go. 9 to 11-ish.
Start at 7.
No.
That's fine. I mean, I just have a dentist appointment in the afternoon. So
Oh.
If you need teeth pulled out.
Those are
Yeah,
skippable.
we can help you out there.
Christie, how are you looking?
I'm looking okay.
Gary, how about
Looks
you?
good to me.
Let's nail it. Let's nail that down then.
Okay.
April 24th, 9 AM, this room, correct?
Let me make sure this room's available, but I'm sure of it. Yeah.
And is Matt going to be here with us?
Yes, that's why I was nailing down with him when he could actually physically be here with us. That's why it took me a minute to get some dates. Because he's been out of the office as well.
Yeah. I knew
So
that.
it will be in this room on that.
just
day.
like a board of commissioners special meeting, or is this just like a training that's available to everybody?
This is not going to be available to everybody unless this group wants it to be. But what we had talked about is having it for the commissioners so that we had a chance to make sure we got all our questions answered. But guys, if you want to open it up to a broader group, that's your decision.
I would prefer that this commission.
We're paying our count, well, we have our council here to do it for us. I mean, we could set something up maybe countywide in the future, like. With that,
Rhonda, are you okay with that? Christie? All right, so we'll limit it to this group, but will be a special meeting. I'm curious, when we go into a training session like that, Katie, is that open to the public then? Is that under OMA?
So educational conferences aren't typically held to OMA standards, but that's a real gray area in that situation. I think it should be an open meeting, in my humble opinion.
Let's leave it as an open meeting, but we need to agree that the priority is educating this commission.
Yes,
Okay. All right, you want to continue, please?
absolutely. So just an update on the Betsy Valley Trail. You've probably seen down here some of Elmer's equipment. They have began on the paving of the trail from Beulah up to Case Road. The majority of that is covered by grant funding through a grant that the county obtained. The Friends of Betsy Valley Trail are graciously sponsoring the engineering for that project. So that is underway. Once the asphalt places open up, Elmer's indicated that they're going to be ready to go for that, and they'll be able to lay that asphalt within a couple of days, and that trail will be paved and looking great. Part of the paving of the trail is addressing Richardson Road. So when you walk the trail, just past, you'll cross the first dirt road, and that's considered Richardson Road. And in order to maintain the longevity of the trail, I've been working with the Road Commission and Benzonia Township to figure out how to pave the approach up to the trail so that we can maintain the longevity of the trail crossing. If we leave it just dirt on either side, the winter months are going to destroy the trail. And in the long run, the county's going to be on the hook for more maintenance fees than if we look at paving the approach and the approach on both sides of the trail. That'll help maintain the longevity of the trail, so then we're not doing constant maintenance after every winter season. So that'll be coming forward at your next meeting to talk about that a little further. I've worked out with the Road Commission and the township to kind of do a cost sharing into that. The Road Commission has secured its paving contract for the year, so the cost of asphalt is much cheaper than if we were to just go on our own. And the Road Commission is also agreeing to do all the legwork. It's literally just the pavement that we're going to have to pay for as a partnership. So that'll be coming forward soon. I've been working on a lot of FOIAs lately, so that's taken up some time. I've also been meeting variously with different folks related to broadband, still keeping that conversation going. You had the bead letters of support today. I can pass this out after the meeting for your signatures. Still working on some things on the back end as far as doing things in Benzie County specifically. And then also I'll be presenting with Jackie Borazan and John Willow at an upcoming conference at Crystal Mountain related to rural broadband and digital equity. Still working through the MOU with the city of Frankfurt and Crystal Lake regarding the airport. The city of Frankfurt and us are on the same page and ready to sign. Still working through that a little bit with Crystal Lake Township. So hopefully we'll see that coming forward pretty soon.
MOU?
Memorandum of Understanding. The recycling location in Frankfurt, we're at a pretty good place with that. Dave Schaefer has spoke with Josh Mills regarding what will kind of transpire with that. Mr. Rainier's on all the same page as the rest of us. Our legal counsel is putting together an agreement right now that can come before this board for approval, and we can get that agreement signed and we'll have the bins moved by the spring. So that's working out really well there, and hopefully soon those bins will be moved to Mr. Rainier's property.
Katie, before you leave that subject, Mr. Rainier has been pretty clear that he wants the relationship between he and the county.
Mhm.
Does the city understand that?
Yep.
Yeah.
We've talked through a lot of that. Well, with Josh specifically.
Good.
But with the agreement, is City of Frankfurt going to be part of that, or is it just the county, Mr. Rainier?
So just the county and Mr. Rainier, the city of Frankfurt will be helping with some of the maintenance and ongoing costs like that. And that will end up being probably separate because there's such tension between the city and Mr. Rainier.
So we'll have a contract between the county and the city, and then the county will have a contract with the property owner.
Correct. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. So legal counsel is working on that. Don from Cole Stoker is working on that one. I've been assisting the road commission quite a bit over the last month or so, just answering a lot of questions regarding the, their proposed possible millage and, what does it mean to educate and those different things. So just answering a lot of questions and trying to be helpful and guide them through that process. We have been working to onboard Shelley Clark. Shelley Clark is our new human resources generalist, and she'll be here for the next meeting to formally introduce herself to the board and kind of give a little background about her and what's going on and all things Benzie HR that she's catching up on in the last 3 weeks. She's hit the ground running, and we're really happy to have her. Just some things coming up on the horizon, the maintenance barn and maintenance equipment. So we have a new maintenance manager, and the Buildings and Grounds Subcommittee has heard a little bit of this, but please be prepared for some real investments into the maintenance department facilities coming up with Benzie County over the next year or 2 or 3. With the new person in there and who has a great working relationship with our existing maintenance coordinator, there's a lot of things that are being identified that have really just been left to go by the wayside. And those things really do need to be addressed. So I just want to give you a heads up to be prepared. If it looks like we're spending a lot of money on maintenance and facilities, we probably will be here in the future, because there's just a lot of things that are almost unfixable that are being identified. Point Betsy, we've received conditional approval regarding Eagle for the Point Betsy restoration project. So that's really great news there. Things are looking good. The Army Corps just requested an extension to their timeline as part of this process, which is being granted, is my understanding. And so things are moving forward, obviously at a slow snail's pace, but things are moving forward with Point Betsy. I also sat down with Grant. Grant is on the Friends of Point Betsy, and him and I penned a request to Senator Peters for funding to help pay for some of the funding regarding that restoration project. This would be part of like a federal allocation. And so it'll be a little bit before we hear anything, if anything, but we did at least put the request in for Point Betsy for $4 million. So we were successful in receiving another marijuana grant for prevention and education related to marijuana. And so at your next meeting, you'll see consideration of working with the health department again. The health department really helped facilitate getting that money and the supplies and the billboard and everything out into the community last year. They have a marketing person at the health department, and she's much better at graphics than I am. And so in front of you will be to work with the health department again to help get that money out into the community. We're going to do billboards and bus wraps and bags and education for the schools, a lot of that same stuff. But the difference with this money from opioid is these funds come from marijuana dollars and have to be used for marijuana. So that's why you see the pot leaf billboard. It's very fancy. MAC conference next week. So a few of us will be at the MAC conference. So great. Michael Dreger is coming with us as well because him and I are sitting on a panel regarding cybersecurity and broadband. So very exciting there. I'm really excited for Michael to meet and network with folks from around the state. As a reminder, the whole conference is in the DoubleTree. We will not be going back and forth between the Lansing Center this year. And then finally, the tax advisory committee that you formed, the one appointment that we're still waiting on is the township supervisors. So the township supervisors have to select one of themselves to serve on that committee. I notified the supervisors asking for their selection. I've gotten crickets. Jason served last time. My understanding is I believe Jason is willing to serve again, but I'm waiting on those township supervisors. And so if any of you could, put a plug into the supervisors that you work with and say, hey, have you gotten back to Katie about the tax advisory committee? Or maybe they say, we decided on Jason again. Please let me know that because it's been crickets for me. That's all I have.
Questions or comments for Katie? Katie, a couple of things, if I could quickly. With discussion of the federal and state budgets, kind of the same question we put to Dan earlier. Is there any issues you see this fiscal year that we should be concerned with?
No, a lot of the conversation is around the ARPA dollars and the LATCF dollars, which was money that was allocated as part of a tribal allocation and other things. That's really been the big part of the conversation when it comes to counties. And if you haven't, committed those funds or spending those funds, they're going to start clawing those back. So you'll recall with last audit, so not the one that's on your desk today, but with the last audit, we recognized every penny of those dollars and committed them to Benzie County business and services. So for the federal government's purposes and my reporting that I reported to them a year ago is we've committed and spent all of those dollars. And so because we've met those requirements, we're safe in essence. There's no dollars out there still pending that could potentially be clawed back. We really don't get a ton of other federal dollars specifically, so there's not really a worry there. State dollars, we're going to be putting in a request for some more of the funding for the tower. That report is due on the 14th of this month, and so I'll send that in to get reimbursement for an additional 30% of those dollars. But those are state budget allocations. So to undo that, Bell, is pretty hard. So those dollars are there waiting for us. As we spend it, they'll reimburse us for those dollars.
And just an acknowledgement, if I could, as I've said to this board many times over the years, it's really what happens after the between meetings that seems to be most critical. I dumped on Katie pretty quickly this thing with the lighthouse, the Friends of the Lighthouse. I was impressed that we were able to respond to it, and I know they were too. That's a considerable amount of money, but literally what we have 24, 48 hours to respond.
Yeah.
It was pretty quick. And that's on top of the inordinate amount of time that you're spending on these FOIA requests. I know you're working a lot of late hours in order to balance everything. I appreciate that. It won't always be that way, but we appreciate the commitment to it.
You're welcome.
You have the presentation and correspondence in your packet. Last public input. Hearing none, we'll close public input and move for adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Or, okay, at 2:19.